Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this Microsoft Flight Simulator stream. I took one day off and the whole world went mad again. I do hope you're all keeping well. Happy Friday. We made it to the weekend. There's a whole heapy here tonight. We're on the ground here in northern Italy. Well, kind of half northern Italy. We're 40 nautical miles north of Rome in a little airport called Leonardi. The ICAO code is Lima India Alpha Alpha. And it's nice up here, as we can see. So hello to everyone in the chat this evening. We have Peter here, Colonel Fork, Chris and Man from Spain. Great to see you. Till Show is here. Mr. Archer 44, welcome aboard. Dan Fitzgerald is here. Callum is here. Michael Hogg, Honda Midlands, he says. Philly Roach, punctuality for a pilot. That's what it's all about, Philly. I hope you're all keeping well here this evening, guys. Gorilla Gamer, great to see you guys. Geek Brunley is here. Dan Fitzgerald and Captain Frank. Hello to all. So, our plan. We did this a couple of weeks ago in X-Plane 11 in the Icon A5. And I thought, well, it's still time to do all our comparisons from one sim to another. So the weather is loaded as per real world weather, and I brought the time back to a little bit before the golden hour, before we head on into Rome to look at some of the sites. My plan is then head out to the coast, attempt potentially miserably at a water landing, and then ramble back in. So that'll be the first part of the action there tonight, and we'll probably do something a bit different then afterwards. Care 85, good evening. Andrew Noble says, hello Mr. Murphy. Hello Mr. Noble, I hope you're keeping well. Jake Buddy's here, he says, hey from Washington State. How's it going over there? FS Velocity is here. And Keane Gibbon says, time for living tourism through others playing video games. It is all the rage. It is the new way to travel, I'm told. So yeah. Colonel Fork, salutations, sir. I want to give a big shout out and a very heartfelt congratulations to Colonel Fork 85. He was just made an affiliate over on Twitch. Congratulations to you, dude. Delighted for you. So if you guys get a chance, be sure to check out Colonel Fork. A whole load of flying up around Michigan. Roger the Cab is here. Evening from London, he says. Good evening from Ireland. And good evening from the virtual Italy. It does look pleasant, doesn't it? You can almost feel the heat. Lean closer into the screen, you'll feel it. So we shall jump down to our machine here. The Icon. Look at it from the outside. As we have a combination of peoples walking around our airplane. Mind your head there. It looks like it's not Johnny, it's Josephine and her twin Jacqueline. They're looking well. So our plan here is nothing too special. There's no autopilot in this aircraft, so we're just going to take off. We'll back taxi down this neck of the runway. Although in saying that, the view is nicer there, but we have a small bit of wind coming in from the north. So we'll depart and then head on down to Rome. That is the plan. Peter asks, what is the estimated weather for your route? Pretty much clear skies. There is light winds coming from the north at around 4 knots. Gorilla asks, whereabouts in Ireland am I from? I originally from Dublin, married a girl from Kildare. I spent quite a bit of time in Kerry, and I live now in Tipperary. So the accent will lean towards Dublin, Kerry, Kildare, Tipperary, possibly even Cork, and maybe even Donegal for most of this evening. Not to mention other countries I've travelled to. Dylan is here, he says hello from Cork. I hope all is well in Cork after Storm Ellen. We certainly had a lot of fun on the stream chasing Storm Ellen the other day, but I can tell you it was anything but fun for a lot of people down that neck of the woods. There was a bit of flood damage and power outages. Philip Breen says, good timing, just sat down with my dinner and tuned in. What are you having? Is it nice? And did you bring some for us? Dan says, that's a fancy plane. Colonel Fork says, crosswind takeoffs are always fun. but not as fun as a crosswind landing. Yeah, boy. Daniel M is here. Good evening to you, Daniel. I hope you're keeping well. I forgot to give you a shout out earlier on. As we have Geek Brunley has just subscribed to us. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you're keeping well. Matthew Adams says, storm was bad, wasn't it? It surely was. And the weather actually still isn't too H in Ireland at the moment, because the storm kind of said, do you know, I think I'll come back for a second kind of a bashing. So the winds are, well, they were howling earlier on. It's not too bad there now. G4K is here. Hello and good evening. Good evening to yourself. King J7914. Will I have to purchase for Xbox if I have it on PC with Game Pass? That is a good question. I'm unsure. As Care85 asks, Donegal man here sadly had another tragedy here last night on the roads. Yes, Care, I read about that in the paper this morning. Very sad. There was a fatal incident up that way. Philip says, ha, I'm having sausages and sweet chilli wedges with bacon. That sounds good. Callum wants to know, what's the name of the vid when you went over Cork? I think it's the second video, the one after the Flight Simulator Ireland video. We'll try and timestamp it for you. As Philip says, oh, and some coleslaw. You can't forget the coleslaw, Philip. Ben McClure is here, and once again asking you to teleport to the moon. I wish I could. There are some things that are just beyond us at the moment, but I have been told that the Irish Space Administration are working on it. We hope to have our first moon landing in the year 2731. That is, however, provided if we get rid of all the drink, well, we'll probably get up there next week, I'd say. Mimi Noble Drew says, by any chance are you a radio DJ? I'm saying yes. Would you believe I'm not? Peter says, hi Murphy, could you make a video about lean of peak for the simulator? I think no one has done it, or maybe it didn't look good enough. Sure, we'll have a look. As Voight is here, good evening sir, a pint for you. Many thanks my dude. So the plan is, I don't really trust these two. They're up to shenanigans, but sure, look it. We'll see what happens. Push back, please, if you wouldn't mind, and try not to break our little airplane. We go ahead and get our master battery turned on. The next viewpoint up here behind us is going to be turn on our fuel. I have checked, and the parachute doesn't work, so hopefully we won't need it. Hopefully. Gorilla Gamer asks, what's my setup? It's an i9 9900K, an RTX 2080 Ti rather, and a 64 gigs of RAM. That's somewhat Terminator-ish, or Terminator-esque. We'll have to wait and see. Come on, you can do it. Don't be shy. We'll wait here for you. So we'll go ahead and turn on our navigation lights. We have a water rudder. We'll be turning that on momentarily. We have a park and brake gadget down here. We zoom in. That's the park and brake. Handy place to have it, I suppose. I don't know what's going to happen here. Let's hope they make contact with the front of the little plane. We'll just cancel that now because you're making me very nervous. What are you going to do? Is there an altitude setting for this? Asked Patrick. There's no altitude hold mode. However, if you do press the B key, it will zero your barometric pressure button. So we'll have to wait and see. This plane cockpit looks as easy as one from a car, says Peter. It really does. It's very much aimed at the kind of car-looking setup, whereby you have your airspeed indicator over here on the left. Try to hide it behind me, mush. You have your altitude indicator, your artificial horizon. We have our fuel down here, oil temperature, oil pressure, water temperature, and then your RPMs. A little bit lower down, we have our ignition, which is our keys. We have our master battery. In the center console, we have our radio. We have our transponder. We have our landing gear. We have flaps, our trim indicator, and our lights. And then further up, we have this kind of a map satellite kind of a thing, which has 3D vision built into it as it loads in. But we're going to just use the map. We better get out of here before they start getting bad ideas. So we're going to start the engines up. Hey, good buddy. The Mexican has subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're keeping well. King J says, wonder when Xbox Flight Sim is coming out. I'm told before Christmas. Colonel Fork says, don't let any fuel trucks drive through you like they've done to me. Did anything happen? I'm very nervous there. Only about 2 more months before I can join into the game. Part of the machine will come together along with the sim hardware. Nice. As Geek Burnley asks, what is your favourite plane so far? I adore the Cessna 172 with the steam gauges. The Coronado one is actually fairly good considering it's Coronado, but it looks and sounds good. The sounds are a little bit loud and a little bit on the diesel engine sounding side, but apart from that, I like it. I think it's very good. Daza Tiara is here. Evening, Murph and all. Good evening to you, Daza. I hope you're keeping well. So you can't take the drink off the nurse. You couldn't. Absolutely not. Steve Austin says, thanks for the autopilot tutorial. It helped lots. No problem at all, Steve. That was the plan. So if you guys are over on the YouTube, there is a video gone in there, 2 videos today. I was busy. One is on navigation, i.e. setting up your flights and adding multiple routes, and the other one was down to using autopilot on some GA aircraft. So I'm not even going to warn you two, we're just going to start the engine. Clear prop. Davin Crawford has just donated $10.99 through Super Chat. Get yourself a pint. Amazing to see the support you have received in such little time. Well deserved, mate. I hope you're keeping well. Davin, many thanks to you, my dude. I really appreciate all the support. I'll get all mushy later on. So we have a good start in our engine. We're going over now to turn on our transponder. We'll set to altitude mode. We can go ahead now at this stage and just turn on some lights. I'm terrified to see what these guys are going to do. So hopefully we can just kind of spin out of their way. That's the plan. So this machine needs a lot of power to get moving. So I think the safest thing to do at this stage is going to be turn to our left. As we spin out of the way. Brandon Kennedy has just subscribed. Many thanks, Brandon. I hope you're having a wonderful evening wherever it is you are. So we're chugging along here nicely, hopefully. This is a cool little airport. It was done over in the world of X-Plane, and I think it was Skyline who made it, Skyline Simulations. So come on, Betsy, you can do it. Lean forward. Marius is here. I'm loving the Flight Sim 2020, but I really suck at approach and landing. I cannot align properly with the landing strip. Any tips? Can I blame the fact that I only have a joystick? Well, I suppose you could. There is a fine art of landing, and not to sound like everyone else, but practice most definitely makes perfect when it comes to landing. Takeoff is a little bit easier because, well, just point it in the direction you want to go, hold it there for as long as you can, and when you get fast enough, it'll just ram it up and away you go. Landing is a different kettle of fish, but keep trying it. When we're coming in for a land later on, I'll talk you through what I do and how I manage to kind of judge my height and stuff.
Anyone with a copy, come in.
Many thanks to the host, Beamy. I really appreciate it. Welcome to everyone from BB Stream. Hope you guys are all having a pleasant evening. To catch up with the chat. Chat is busy in here tonight, isn't it? Heavy Diesel is now following. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you're keeping well. Let's see here, there now. I'm trying the laptop now and see how it works, says King J. Patrick says, brilliant tutorial. It'd be great to have a tutorial on more of the aircraft. Yeah, we'll certainly do that. The scale model dock is here. The plane looks like a car, and it sounds like it too. It sounds like my car at times. Sometimes it works really nice. As Daniel M is now hosting the stream. Many thanks, Daniel, and welcome all from Daniel's stream. It's getting busy. Let's not have another night of line. That's what I hope for, anyway. Brandon says, I absolutely love this plane as a beginner to The Sims. It's great and it looks clean. A bit slow, but perfect to fly. As S5 donated 10 through the super chat. Here's an pointer too. Thanks for putting the sim together and making it a fun to ride along. Many thanks, my dude. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this little airplane is it's a hoot. It's great fun. It's a bit of a machine now to handle, but once we get kind of airborne, there's no autopilot, so you have to kind of fly this with your best behaviour. So we'll go ahead now and drop one notch of flap for takeoff. As Fight says, a wonderful Rotax. That's what the engine is on the back. And it's amazing. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. We shall admire this view for a moment. Without pressing that button. Superstar S5. 45 viewers already, says Peter. That's 45 on the land of the YouTube. And if I have a look in, we've 13 over on Twitch. So many thanks for everyone for tuning in. Colonel Fork says, I smell an Icon A5 fly in the future. Oh, yeah. Daniel says, see the weather for Tuesday, Murph. Tuesday gone or Tuesday coming? Beamy says, when this releases on console and I figured out how to fly, do you want to fly together? Absolutely. Drossing's here, he says, any group flights tonight? As Blue Sky Cadet has just subscribed. 100% Drosny, yeah. We're going to get down to Rome first, get it all landed up, and I'm all for a group flight later on. This is a really wind affected airplane, so watch out for the turbulence. Daniel says, Tuesday coming. No, I haven't. If you can elaborate. Let's figure out what the weather's doing on Tuesday. Is that over here in Ireland land or somewhere else? Okay, let's get airborne, shall we? Enough of this Murphy waffling. So, quick check before we go. Transponder is on, lights are on, flap is set to take off, and the rest is going to be grand. Bulkhead X is also here. Hi, I'm back, he says. How's your day going? Not too bad, thanks. How's your day going? Very well, I should hope. As Daniel says, our little country, are we in for another storm? Storm Hogan, I'd say. Or, Storm, who else? Fianna Fáil. Let's not get political. Peter Breen says, hopefully I can join this time. Yeah, we'll do our best and hang around and see what happens. So, we're just approaching the 60 knots. We're getting nice and light. Pitch the nose up. As our little Rotax roars us into the sky here. It feels like we're travelling very fast, but, well, we're just kind of chugging along here nicely. So positive rate, we're going to bring our landing gear in, jump outside to visually check that that's actually happening, which it has. Peter says, Germany's pretty rainy currently. Daniel says, I'll send it to you on Twitter, Murph. Do that, Daniel, 100%. Don't forget, guys, if you look up, that direction is Twitter, that direction is YouTube, and that direction is, well, I have a website. I don't do much to the website. But that's where they all are. So our takeoff is looking decent. Bring our landing flaps back in. Landing flaps or just flaps? Let's call them landing flaps. They sound important. So we want to trim out our little machine here, and we're going to bank to our left as we can take in these Italian sights. It's an amazing looking countryside. Absolutely beautiful. Beamy says, I'd like to tour Ireland when I get up into the sky. Microsoft need to take their thumb out and get us consoles. Yes. S. White says, flaps. Yes, flaps will do. Right, so we'll show off a bit of Italian scenery here, I think. Disappear my mush out of the way for a moment. And let's take it all in, shall we? That's the button I was looking for. We can do it, fly. We'll kind of go this direction, and now we'll press the button. And now we can do this. That looks hurdy. Steve Austin says, don't go to New York. Somebody crashed a full jumbo into the runway. Was it New York or LAX? I think it was a 767. A FedEx one. The guys made an emergency landing. It actually looked pretty sweet. And fair play to the pilots. As we do a flyover tourney before we'll bank right again. Yeah, really decent scenery up here, guys, I have to say. Coach Dragon is here. What up, Murph? Watching your stream is the perfect thing to do, but I'm too lazy to actually fly myself. Well, you're very welcome to the channel. Andrew Noble says, looks very much like a car's interior. It just does. Bulkhead asks, when should liveries be out? So there are some liveries starting to come into the community. I put a link on the Discord if you want to check it out. Squirrel has also made a video on it this evening. So altitude here is going to be kind of fine, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 feet. We just got to keep an eye on these mountains here. So bring our RPM back and allow everything to settle down a bit. Jake Body says they're out for the A320, and I think there's one there for the Caravan as well. Rob is here. He says the content is awesome. Keep it up, or keep it coming, he says, and have a good day. You too, Rob. Many thanks. S-Fight says the graphics are just amazing. Curious to see what a high to mid-level build will bring with scenery and frame rates. Yeah. I think even on low settings, this just looks amazing. Do you see the fingerprints? Now, if that was in my car, I would lose the actual will. Philip Breen says, gorgeous. Steve Austin, no, I did the landing challenge and crashed. Well, that explains a lot, Steve. Gold Dragon says, search FedEx aircraft performs emergency landing, caught on camera on YouTube. There was a video of it. Yeah, it looked pretty sweet. Daniel says, send the tweet to you, Murph. Thanks, Daniel. I'll have a gawk. Dan Fitzgerald says, first class flying and first class entertainment. Many thanks, Brandon. I do hope that's for me. Peter asks, will you do live streams about new content in the future? Oh yeah. Speaking of which, not that I'm going to totally ignore X-Plane, because I'm not. I still like X-Plane. And the new Kerry Airport has just been released. So we will most definitely be checking that one out, along with the new update from SkyMax Pro and also the release candidate 1. It'll be interesting now to jump back into X-Plane just to see how everything's kind of cooking off. Ronan Call is here. He says, have been watching you all week. It's Ronan Call just subscribed. Look at that for a coincidence. I've been watching you all week between the showers whilst on holidays in Longford. Great stuff. Many thanks, Ronan. I hope you enjoyed your holidays, or still enjoying your holidays in the county of Longford. The weather has been kind of hit and miss, but at least it's not very cold. Look at us. Whereabouts is this? We're about 30 nautical miles north of Rome, the Eternal City. Andrew Noble says, get the glass cleaner. Yes, and find the culprit who put them there. 10 lashes. Okay, watch the owl altitude, Murphy. We said between 3 and 4 was grand, not between 4 and 5. So we double check to make sure our trim is actually working, which it kind of is. They are indeed very pretty sights here, I have to say, in Microsoft Flight Sim. It just looks pretty. So we'll jump back inside, make sure we're trying to do a better job at following the old magenta line here. As I said, there is no autopilot on this aircraft, which is a little bit frustrating because the views you have out of this machine are fantastic. But not to worry. There's all lovely rivers and lakes and stuff on the way down here into Rome. And Rome is one of the photogrammetry cities. You can kind of see the limits where they started the photogrammetry and where they finished, but the transition isn't too bad. It looks nice. Peter says, if you fly really high, like into space, you can see how darker the skyline gets. It's probably possible to make orbitable space flights with this game. Nice. Kieran Niles says, can I send you a video on email? I'm having some trouble. You can, of course, Kieran. Not and Ahmed says, hi, good evening to you. I hope you're keeping well. As we get a bit of turbulence over the mountains here. Colonel Ford says, the G1000 and other MFDs scare me. I'm used to old school gauges, absolutely. I'm a sucker for the old steam gauges, I have to say. Kenneth says, there's autopilot on the X-Plane version. Yes, there is. Complete with Minecraft graphics. I'm only joking. Nigel is here. Good evening to you, Nigel. What's up, everyone, he says. I hope you're keeping well. Kieran Niall asks, what's my email? the2tonemurphy@gmail.com. That's what I was looking for. As we admire some more amazing scenery here. Can we go to Palestine, please, in Jerusalem? Maybe not tonight, but it's certainly on the list. Kenneth Naughton says, taking the plunge and downloading FS 2020. Peer pressure, my friend. It's against all of us at this stage, for we had no choice. Peter says, X-Plane sometimes looks more realistic than this sometimes with the mods. Of course, there have been times I have been absolutely blown away by the performance and the visuals in X-Plane. And more rumours being added saying, you know, X-Plane 12 is on the way with a new overhaul for the lighting engine and their weather engine and their next-gen graphics, to use their word, or next-gen scenery, rather, to use their own word. So that's going to be interesting. As Voight says, steam gauges are nice, but this old fart is good with the glass, as it gives me a much nicer presentation for situational awareness. It does do that, yes, absolutely. It can be a huge help if you have everything all on the one screen. I will give it that. Musefan is here. Good evening to you. He says, Italy looking good. Can't wait to see Rome. Didn't realise it was one of the handcrafted cities, so it should be interesting to see. Absolutely. And I've been to Rome a number of times. It is by far my favourite city on the planet of the Earth. Probably next to Mullingar, if Marty is watching. But I love Rome. Absolutely adore it.
Hey, good money.
That Ahmed is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Matthew Heath is here. Hi Murphy, what's the crack? Good evening from County Louth. Good evening to you, Matthew. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. Happy Friday. Peter says, ray tracing is not a thing for Microsoft Flight Sim yet, so this might be a good battle someday. I agree. Goat Dragon says, any word on support for VR in FS 2020 beyond the one HP Reverb G2 have announced? I have another WMR headset, Samsung Odyssey, and I'm only dying to fly in VR. I had information regarding that earlier on. Bear with me, as I can see a command coming in from the Colonel, and would you believe I haven't added that? Dag nagget. So I'm going to put in a link for our Discord. Chaps, bear with me. So if I click on that button with this button and edit that, never generate, copy in here and paste. There we go. Just like that. As Tommy Cooper would say. Colonel Fork says, I only learned about the commands this morning. I have a few of them, so if you're over on Twitch, if you go !plane, it'll tell you the plane. !specs, it gives you the specs. And !route or route, it gives you the route or the route. I was almost certain I had it working on YouTube. In fact, I'd go so far as saying when I tested it earlier on, it worked. But now it isn't. So what can you do? Matthew asks, how much FPS are you getting? I am getting 55 at the moment, which isn't bad. Andrew Noble asks, what is ray tracing? It's a new tech essentially for graphics cards, whereby ray tracing is how it chases illumination of shadows and lights in real time, and it looks absolutely stunning. There's not many games, there's no Sims that have it at the minute, so we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. Colonel Fork says, what's the route? What's the route? Yeah, see what I mean? Do you say tomato or do you say tomato? And don't even say potato. No one says potato. Matthew Heeds specs. Yeah, it should have come up in Twitch, but it didn't come up on YouTube. So it's an i9 9900K with an RTX 2080 Ti and a 64 gigs of RAM. You can zoom out our little map here. So we're halfway down to Rome. All is looking well. Robin is here. Love the streaming. Good vibes. Many thanks, Robin. Glad you're enjoying them, and I hope you're having a pleasant evening. The reason Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't have it yet, because no computer could handle ray tracing yet, says Peter. Especially with this sim, I would agree. But they've done other things, like if you look at how they've managed to get all the reflections, and again, like the lighting model in this sim is like absolutely bananas. Like, look at the reflections here, look. Absolute gorgeous looking stuff. Vesper1 is here. He says, hey man, thanks for the last video you made, it helped a lot. No problem at all, dude, glad you liked it. Kieran says, I can only do challenge flights, it won't let me control anything in free flight. And that'll be an issue. So Kieran, you need to hide me face here. You need to hang on, I'll show you. That's the easiest way. No, I can't show you, you're still flying. I'll show you in a few minutes, but I'll talk you through it now. When you click on the map, as in the world map, you need to select a departure airport first. Only when you've actually selected the departure airport and you select your airplane, only then can you have the option on the lower right hand side to click fly. If you've selected your departure airport and it's still not allowing you to do it, try and update the sim. MuseFan says, not sure if it's in the stream or if it's in the game, but it looks like you have a lot of texture flickering on the left hand side, on the part which is the dash to the left of the airspeed indicator. It's in the game, so there's shadows trying to figure out what's going on. And you can be sure it has been noted as a bug. Don't fly off route, Murphy. As Fight says, I thought that the GeForce 2080 Ti was capable of ray tracing. It is. That's where the RTX comes from, ray tracing. But I have the RTX 2080 Ti. I'm running this sim on pretty much ultra, and it's still hard to hit 60 frames at times. So I'm not too sure if you had ray tracing turned on, what the performance would actually end up at. But it remains to be seen. Robin asks, could you fly around the Lake of Como in Italy, or even land it? Anyway, can't wait for the Xbox version, looking at videos for weeks. Oh yeah. Colonel Fork says, what's the vector, Victor? Roger, roger. We need clearance, Clarence. Airplane, what a movie. Beamy says, surely you were right. And don't call me Shirley. Go Dragon asks, so what does the X stand for in RTX? Yeah, I don't know. Peter says the 2080 has ray tracing support, but it's really early and future cards will make a big difference for the commercial market. I agree. Get our altitude down here a little bit as we're approaching into Rome. Pristine says, according to Hardware Unboxed, the game is CPU limited to 4 cores and about 60-ish FPS. That would make a lot of sense. However, I will say this. There was an old program available back in the world of X-Plane and it was called Project Lasso. Or, again, Colonel Fork might say it's Project Lasso. But anyway, it was a neat way of utilising more cores with your processor. So I also have that program running and I have found it making a little difference. Nothing that you can write home about, but it just gives you that extra little bit of smoothness. So our altitude is looking kind of half decent here. As we continue on to do some sightseeing around Rome. Go Dragon says, all 8 cores and 16 threads on my Ryzen show significant activity while running FS 2020. 100%. And don't forget guys, like if you want to get absolute peak performance, make sure there's nothing else running. In particular, you need to add this to your firewall and to your antivirus. If your antivirus has a game mode, make sure it's activated because this is constantly communicating to external servers, and if your antivirus is looking at each and every packet that comes in and goes out, that'll have an impact on you. So just be sure that you have all them housekeeping settings done. Dangerous Brian is here. He says, hello, Two-Tone Murphy. Good evening to you, Dangerous Brian. I hope you're keeping well. I believe we were both watching the Q8 pilot stream, which was awesome to say the least. Osama has some really cool content out. He made a great one on the drone camera, guys, if you want to check out Q8 pilot. Dan Fitzgerald asks, do you enjoy playing Sims or any other? I do enjoy X-Plane. I do enjoy kind of American Truck or Euro Truck. I like strategy games. I have GTA 5. I have Call of Duty. Not that I play it much. I'm a devil for strategy games. Civilizations. Just one more turn. I have been known to click said button at like 11 or 12 o'clock at night, knowing I had work the next morning, and it was just a case of just one more turn. I want to beat the Mongols back, or you know, I'm Rome, and yeah. Robin says, never mind, it's almost 22U and dark. John Doe is here. Hi Murphy. Started my Irish tour yesterday. Started at Waterford. They did an amazing job at Ireland. They did. They absolutely did. For out-of-the-box scenery, it looks fantastic. Matty says, Dublin is staffed up tonight. Nice. Brandon asks, antivirus game mode, is that a built-in setting with Microsoft? No. It will be up to your antivirus. So I use Bitdefender, and they would have profiles, in which then they would have game mode. They would turn off a lot of other features of the antivirus program, just to ensure that you have, I suppose, a better experience. Matthew asks, am I part of VATAIR? I am not. Philly Roach is here. Anyone for a round of golf in Galway? I don't know, Philly. I think there was enough of them up there the other day. Insert embarrassment icon here. S. White says, Age of Empires. Oh yeah. Many hours has been lost to that. Go Dragon says, I was playing Civ 5 before MS 2020 came out. Love those games. Which version are you playing the most these days yourself? So Civ 5 to me was always better. Civ 6 is nice, I like the mechanics, but the graphics are a little bit too cartoony. But it's not bad, so I was playing Civ 6. Dangerous Brian says, Day of Defeat is the way to go. Oh yeah. I tried the other one, Hell Let Loose, and what was the other one? There's another one. But yeah. Daniel M says, insert embarrassed Irish government here. Yeah, as soon as they got back in, they go straight to Galway. Wouldn't have happened under Enda Kenny. Or would it? Okay, I'm going to attempt. Now I say attempt and I use that word very lightly, or loosely. But I'm going to attempt to show off some scenery. So let's see. This little airport here is known as Roma Urb, U-R-B-E. Andy Murphy here. He says, hey, howdy, I made it. Andy Murphy, good evening to you. I hope you're keeping well. So as we approach Rome from the north, you can see where the standard scenery goes into the photogrammetry. Depending on the time of day, it's either very obvious or, well, obvious. But we shan't worry about that. So I'm going to do my best to fly over some of the sites, part on some of the knowledge I have gained, and yeah, get your cameras ready. Robin says, I've seen someone fly a Cessna 152 to 275,000 feet. I guess the settings are on easy. Oh yeah. Andy Murphy says, just started drinking. Well, Andy, it's a Friday night. It's 20:50 in the PM. I approve. So this kind of a greenish area here, I do believe this was a man-made hill. It was actually an ancient dump. But they put in a whole load of, whatchamacallit? What are the big jugs called? Well, that's where they all went. Somewhere over that direction. So we pan around to the left here. We're very close to some of the major sites, but don't worry, we'll do a couple of laps. So the main river here is called the Tiber. The Tiber River. Don't drink out of that. And you have various football stadiums over here. If you're into your soccer, AS Roma. So hopefully the frames are behaving themselves, guys. Let me know if they're not. So we'll continue on. So as we fly straight on, we're going to approach the Termini train station. It's pretty much the main deal train station right in the heart of Rome. As we wait for more of the buildings to load in. So until this area is fully loaded, we probably will see a little bit of a frame hit. But fear not, we'll keep it working. As I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. It took 6. So you can really see the difference that photogrammetry makes on the place. The buildings look absolutely fantastic. So over our right wing, if you look over this direction, it's not great in this lighting, but it's there. That'd be the Colosseum, and behind that, obviously, the Forum and the various Capitol Line and a lot of the ancient Rome. And then further along field here, behind it, you have the Circus Maximus, and then ramble up this road, you have the Baths of Caracalla. Which are another fascinating site. We'll bank down to the right here. And Elisa's here. Viking splash tours, but in the air. Robin says, when a game doesn't need words, it makes me speechless. Absolutely. Go Dragon says, go buzz the Colosseum and all the ancient awesomeness. Philip Breen asks, Smurf, have I travelled here in real life? I surely have. One of my favourite places. So this area here, they're called the Baths of Caracalla. And you can actually see, sorry, there they are. You can actually see the original stonework and mosaics. They're still all on the floor. Absolutely amazing. And there's an aqueduct that runs down that powered the whole place. This kind of modern looking building here, well, that's the United Nations Department of Agriculture. Beyond that then you have the Circus Maximus, as Jinko has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. And I have to say, Microsoft Flight Sim have Rome done in exacting detail. A little bit tougher to stream, obviously, because it's trying to download everything at the same time, but hopefully it's behaving itself. So with the Circus Maximus, we're now coming up on the back of the forum. The old palace is in here. Speaking of palaces, Nero's palace, which was only discovered a number of years ago, as in rediscovered, well, that's located over here. And they've only discovered, in fact, that has stretched out for much of the size of the entire city, which is nuts. So directly under us, as we come over the forum, this is the Colosseum, also known as Flavian's Theatre. Absolutely amazing. And only this year, before all the madness of the pandemic, myself and my present lady wife, we had access to stand on the arena floor, and we're doing a whole load of work. They're putting in a new metro directly under the Colosseum. So they're doing a lot of work and cleaning the place up and making sure it's all super. And they've discovered a new floor underneath everything, which is changing the rulebook again. So we actually had access, we got kind of exclusive access to all these areas. The old Irish charm worked as we were chatting to some of the, I was going to say architects, some of the, what's the word I'm looking for? You know the word. Them guys. I'll think of it now in a sec. Biggle640 says, hi, I was wondering if you could pan around your game seat and flying controls just for ideas. If you ramble over to the world of Twitter, I took a photo there of what's behind me on the last stream. As Mikey is now following, good evening to you. I hope you're keeping well. This big building over here, this is a relatively new addition. Some like it, some don't. It is the Manuel, the something, but essentially it is the Altar of the Fatherland. Annalisa says, were you allowed to take photos? Absolute tons of them. Archaeologist says Philly Roach and Kenneth Naughton. I will write that down into Two Tones book of phrases never to forget. That book is getting bigger every day. So as we look down here, if we go to live pause mode, because we can do that in Flight Sim, you have a couple of areas. So you have, I'm trying to think of your man's name. They're markets. I think they're Trajan's markets. I could be wrong. But essentially you have Caesar's Forum, which is this area here. This is all new. So we were there a couple of years ago. They were only uncovering most of this area. And you can actually now walk directly under the road. So this is Caesar's Forum. Under here then you had Augustus's Forum. And the history obviously behind it, Julius Caesar was the uncle of Caesar Augustus, who was also known as Octavius, or Octavian. And then as we ramble down, you have various buildings here. The Temple of Saturn, Temple of Venus. The original Senate House is about here. The aqueduct that runs straight through, and it kind of tapers off to one side. Up here, I think it's the Capitoline Hill. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I could be shot, but I do believe that's the Capitoline Hill, and there used to be a citadel up on top of this. Rambling further back down, you have the, was it the Apennine and the Antonine? 7 hills in Rome. If you guys ever get the chance to go, Rome is just designed to walk around in. There is a metro station, I'm going to say here, and our accommodation was this building just there. So when we looked out our window every morning, we had a view of the Forum, and then it was a, you know, there's all like pubs and restaurants and cafes and stuff here, which is grand. You can have like a glass of wine or a beer and a pizza for like €10. It's cool, and you can just ramble down the road. You have the Colosseum at night time, which is absolutely amazing. And yeah. So as you can see, it's not really spread out when you think about it, from the Colosseum through the Forum and then down by the Circus Maximus and then over to the Baths of Caracalla. Now, rambling up this direction, directly under the nose, if you look at it there, this building here, well, that's the Pantheon. And that building is more or less standing there for the last 2,000 years. And the building itself, it was designed by, I'm going to say Marcus Agrippa. So the writing on the front of it, it actually says, it's in Latin, but it loosely translates to Marcus Agrippa, consul for the second time, built this. The Romans they had a savage sense of humour. I was here on all this kind of stuff. Moving along, I do highly recommend this area. There's all restaurants and stuff around the square, and there's absolutely amazing ice cream, gelato as they call it. And if you ramble across this way into this square here, and the mesh is doing all kinds of crazy things, but in real life it's not that bad, it's actually pretty flat. This area here is called the Piazza Novana. A Siri goes off in the background. So the Piazza Novana, absolutely beautiful. There's massive fountains here, and it's just in this corner here where the mouse is, there is an excellent wine bar, and I mean excellent. If you ever get the chance, you must go to the Piazza Novana and find that little wine bar. So we'll ramble on our journeys. So we're going to bank the aircraft over towards the right hand side, come back up to the Tiber, just before we get up to the Basilica in Vatican City. There's a building I want to show you here which is fascinating. Dan Fitzgerald says, was Rome your favourite place to travel? Yes, absolutely amazing. Robert asked, the music in the background, is that yours or the Sim? I like it, he says. That's mine. But the music in the Sim is quite good. Samantha says, how do you switch to external camera? By default, if you press the END or END key, that'll jump you outside. So we'll take a moment here. So this castle, also known as Casile di Sant'Angelo, it's a mausoleum for an emperor called Hadrian. And Annalisa has just subscribed. Many thanks, I really appreciate it, and I hope you're having a pleasant evening. As Juan Gonzalez has subscribed, good evening to you. Thank you very much. Scott Briggs says, was the food amazing food in Rome, man. You know, your carbonaras and whatnot. So yeah, so this guy Trajan, he did more than built a wall. And if we notice, there is an aqueduct. There's an aqueduct that runs down at the back of Castel di Sant'Angelo, and it runs all the way into the back of the Vatican. This aqueduct was also designed for the Pope, or the Pontifex Maximus, to escape the city in times of emergency, or get back into the city in times of emergency. Now you can't get into it. Well, some people can, but the general public can't get in. But it's fascinating. So it means they could get into the castle, leg it down into the Vatican, and then leg it back again, and no one even knowing that you can actually walk through the aqueducts. Unless you were kind of high up in Roman society, you wouldn't have known that you can actually get into these aqueducts. They thought they were just there for water, which is fascinating. So as we pan back with the sunshine now hitting the backdrop, you can kind of see things in a little bit more detail. Active pause is the cat's meow, isn't it? The Chaseman says, How to use your plane in the air like that. It's active pause function. Active pause is if you hit the pause brake key. It just stops your aeroplane, but it keeps the simulation moving, if you know what I mean. So again, we have this altar of the fatherland, rambling back up towards the Forum, and then the Colosseum. And you have all these magical areas all around the back of the Forum. There's all the old, there was a palace here, and you have the Circus Maximus, and they're still digging here, they're still finding new things. And then further over this side then, Nero's palace was in this neck of the woods, and it stretched pretty much from where the mouse is here to about here. And where the Colosseum is, well, that used to be a giant man-made lake that Nero put in. He was a mad devil, this fella. So we'll continue on our travels. So we can ramble in and see how the Pope is doing. He's probably playing the same game now. Senatus Spiritus, he's saying. But I reckon he's listening to maybe rock music. Fascinating Moonshore. Mach an Buchel. So we'll zoom into another little area. Point of interest. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. This little building here, at the side of the Vatican, why, that's the Sistine Chapel. Just in case you ever wanted to know. Just there. And originally they didn't want him to do the paintings inside. He was very much kind of a rebel and anti-establishment, and under pressure from the general public they had to bow to peer pressure. And yeah. And to say I'm only scratching the surface is an understatement. Now, before we leave the Eternal City, as we head out towards the coast to attempt some sort of a water landing, we're going to double back and we're going to show off the Spanish Steps, because that's just another kind of nice place to go. And don't forget, guys, in Microsoft Flight Sim, they have done this level of detail in 400 other cities. This is just one of them. And it's not without its issues, don't get me wrong. So if we ramble over this way sharpish, we have another mausoleum, and that be the mausoleum of, I think it's Augustus, I could be wrong, but I think it's Augustus. And moreover, this neck of the woods then, you have Pompey's Forum. So if we pause right about here, this location just here with the mouse, this area is called the Spanish Steps. They're all the steps that go up, then they go left and right. And if you look at the obelisk, which should be in the middle, it's actually not in the middle. It's slightly off to one side. But they're the Spanish Steps. I do think then the Trevi Fountain is somewhere over this neck of the woods, I think. Now let me think, come down here, over to the right, somewhere over here. And you have to do it. You have to flick your coin into the Trevi Fountain. It's just a thing that gets done these days. So there you have it. A very kind of light and bleak introduction into Rome, as we can see the Pantheon in all its glory from this side. But I have to say, guys, if you do get the chance, if you haven't been to Rome, absolutely gorgeous. It's not over expensive, the public transport is absolutely brilliant, and it's safe as houses. And the best time to see Rome, away from the crowds, is night time. Oh, Dragon says, wait, was the Vatican you were flying just over? I visited the Vatican the other day and it was just generic buildings. Double check your internet connection because this uses photogrammetry, so it'll actually download this in real time. Robin says, the only thing that's missing right now, a pint of Guinness. Philip says, it blows my mind how I can see all this just through a game. The detail is just insane. I know, right? It's absolutely fantastic looking. It's exceedingly good, said him to Mr. Kipling. And as I said, guys, this is one of 400 different cities that's modelled to this level or better. Okay, jump back inside the aeroplane. We're going to be heading out. You can see the sea from here. You can see the sea. And one of the main airports, there's two kind of main airports operating in Rome. Ciampino, which is up this neck of the woods, and then we have Leonardo da Vinci, which is down here. I think it was also called Fiumicino, I think. I probably butchered the name of that, but sure. Ah well. Nigel asks, how much does it cost to build a decent PC to run this thing? £1,000 question mark. It depends. My machine, if you were to go out and buy it with the current specs in today's prices, you wouldn't have a lot of change out of maybe 4,000. But again, I'm using Irish currencies. There's not many places in Ireland that you can find and I've done my homework on this. I've only come across one supplier who can actually build a PC spec the way I wanted it for the price in which I was willing to pay. Annalisa says, honestly think Microsoft released this just at the right time when people can't really travel and are stuck in. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like here we are on a Friday night and we're in Rome. Pretty cool. Billy Roach wants to know, have they modelled Thermen Feckin? And for those of you who want to know where Thermen Feckin is, I know there's a Thermen Feckin road in, is it Drogheda or Dundalk? But it's up that neck of the woods. But if it's modelled so far as, well, there's buildings there, but they may not be the photogrammic ones or photogrammetry ones that we're used to. So we're going to ramble out to the coast here. We're going to stay away from the old Bravo airspace, as golden hour is about to hit. Hardas wants to know, are you taking us to the Colosseum? We were just there. And if we double back, we might see it in the distance, but don't worry, fear not. We will be coming back up this way. Over here somewhere. But don't worry, we will head back to it in a couple of minutes. Dan Fitzgerald says, imagine this for people who don't play Sims, who are elderly. It's amazing. It absolutely is. For those maybe who don't have the opportunities to travel, they can certainly get educated and experience what different countries have to offer from an unrestricted aerial view of some of the cities. Robin wants to know, can we change the view to night for a second? We will on our way back in. I don't fancy putting the plane down in the dark, but once we get out to the coast, we'll do a water landing, then we'll ramble back in towards Rome and we'll turn off the lights and let's see what happens. Keeper Lee says, I wouldn't go mental on a gaming rig just yet. Wait for them to optimize it a little more. 100%, yeah, good advice. Like a lot of people are saying that they're going to need the 3000 series graphics cards from Nvidia. You know, you'd buy a car for that. Well, a second-hand car. So let's just wait. The game has just been released, or the sim has just been released. It's not a week old yet. They will be optimizing it. But let's see what happens. So by memory, out this little, you follow the Tiber. This is still the Tiber we're with, just over the nose here. So the Tiber continues all the way on, and then it exits out here into the Med. So my plan is, there is a small little port just up here, and there's various hotels and seafronts. So we're just going to put it down somewhere in here, and then we'll take off again. Nothing too exciting. Well, that looks pretty. Scott Brick says, I have a Dell gaming laptop I bought a year ago or so, and I cannot upgrade it right now. I'm praying this machine runs it. It will run it to some degree, don't worry. The Chatsman says, I need to update my RAM running at 1600. Terrible, however, on high. Everything on my system runs as smooth. Give it time. They will optimize. Cabrietta says, I'm not disappointed about the performance, I'm just disappointed that I cannot even use it what I've bought. The game keeps crashing every 30 minutes. That sounds like you're having real issues. If you want, come over to our Discord, let us know what's happening, and see can we help. There could be other settings at play causing these problems. Philip Breen asks, Murph, I'm sure you've answered this before and I probably missed it, but is aviation just a hobby, or do you do flying in real life? It's an absolute hobby, yes. Flight simulation is an absolute hobby. I have done a little bit of real world flying, just enough to dip my toes into it, and it is definitely something I'm going to pursue, hopefully in time. And yeah, I would love to get a private pilot's license. That's something I'd love to do for the channel, with the channel. I need to work out some of the legalities and etiquette, but you need a minimum of 45 real hours in an aircraft to qualify for your private pilot license. And you also need to do a number of ground school lessons, and you need your anything from a class 3 medical upwards. So there's all that other stuff there. Plus, the cost can be extremely restrictive or prohibitive depending on how you're fixed. I wouldn't expect to pay less than 15,000 euros start to finish. Colonel Forecast in Ireland, does a PPL include night rating? No, it's separate. So if you get a PPL in Ireland, well, you can get a what's called a microlight license or a restricted PPL, and that's your quickest and easiest way to flying. I just don't fancy flying a moped with wings. S5 says, just get your PPL over in the US, it's cheaper. I've looked at that, but then you have the cost of getting there, staying there, living there, and you know. Robin says, work tomorrow. Until next time, nice stream. Many thanks, Robin. Take care. I'm glad you liked it. The Chatsman says, an i7 4790K, an RTX 2060 overclock, and 16 gigs of RAM. That's a fairly beefy machine. The i7 4790K, albeit now aging, like that's maybe, what, 6 years old? But it's still a very capable processor. Scott Briggs wants to know also, will it run with a Thrustmaster 16,000 HOTAS? Yes, it will. Philip says, awesome, I wish you all the best of it. Thanks very much, my dude. Liam McCroft is here. I had lots of issues with crashing every 30 minutes. Fix it by switching to a wired keyboard instead of my Bluetooth one. Interesting. Bulka says, my game downloaded in 45 minutes, so I knew it didn't download right. I don't even have the file Should I re-download it? Yes. That should be taking somewhere between 110 and 130 gigabytes of space if it's fully installed. S-Boy says, find a friend from the stream in the US for a place to stay. The wee dram or pint will be on you. Nice. Tasman says, it's been running smooth, yet 4th generation. They're up on their 10th generation now on the i7s. Yeah. Okay, let's see, can we put this sucker down here, shall we? Dangerous Brian says, I'm still waiting to hear from Logitech about drivers for their multi-panel and radio panel. One of the guys in the stream the other day actually wrote the code for the Cytec panels over on X-Plane. It will be worth a shot, perhaps, asking there. As we turn our face cam on for dramatic effect. As we try and land this machine. And absolutely ignoring the point that there is an airport in front of us. Gabriel Dillon has just subscribed. Many thanks, Gabriel. I hope you're having a pleasant evening, and you're very welcome to the channel. We're a little bit high, so we'll see. Look at the state of the view out the window. It's a nice little plane, this, and it's actually fairly efficient considering we've only burnt not even a quarter of a tank yet. Stephen Coughlin asks, do you download before purchasing or purchase first? I'm wondering, should I start downloading now to have it when my graphic card arrives? No, you got to pay for it first, I'm afraid. Depending when your graphics card is due to arrive, and depending on your location, if you're in Ireland, Stephen, your download speed has a bit of an impact when it can be done. Tasman says the Icon A5, you can buy them for $300,000. Sold to the highest bidder. Philip Breen says, Murph, are you having a few babies tonight? Indeed we are. Cheers. We're gone away from whiskey, just for tonight. It's a rum by a certain captain, and it's nice. It tastes like more. Where's the weather? Asked Philly. In here, the weather's actually, I don't know. According to the sim, it says we have clear skies with a little bit of wind. Unless, of course, the weather is broken, which it does that every now and again. Chasma says, brand new Cessna 172s are around $245,000 or so. You see, to buy an aircraft, you can buy an aircraft in Ireland for 25 to 30,000 euros. You can buy an old Piper Cherokee, or you can even get a Piper Arrow for that sort of money. And that's relatively cheap. I mean, that's either the price of a new car, as in a basic-ish, or the price of an extremely nice second-hand car. But the issue isn't necessarily buying it. It's one thing to buy an airplane. Next thing, you have the ownership costs. You have hangarage, which could be anywhere, well, I'm only guessing, but anywhere between 250 to 1,000 euros a month if it's indoors. Now, you can get field parking at local airfields, and that's maybe 1,000 quid a year. Irish weather, airplane sitting out all year. Philly Roach says, are you selling those mugs? I am. There's merch coming. Whether or not you guys would like some of this merch, but I'm going to work on merch now tomorrow and Sunday. And I'm trying to find a supplier that doesn't make you have to spend $20 just to get a mug. Because I don't like that. You go into a shop and buy a mug, they're like, well, they're not very expensive. But $20 for me for a mug, and like, you know, $40 for a t-shirt, nah. So I'm trying to find something a little bit cheaper so we can all start wearing some pilot swag. Simulated pilot swag. That is the plan. Dazza says, flying over Italy in 4K with HDR and getting 48 FPS. Nice. Chaz says, if I was over there, we can go down to the pub and I'd buy you some Guinness from a fellow Irishman. Many thanks, dude. I would appreciate it. Okay, now before we do this horribly wrong, we have a couple of things. First and foremost, landing flaps. Second thing we need to do is put down our water rudder, because that'll control us. And if you want to look at the back of the airplane, you see that rudder gadget after appearing? That controls us. So watch our speed, because we're kind of careering towards the ground. Second, notch of flaps. And let's see what happens here, shall we? Adam Quinn is here. He says, hi, Robin. Good evening, Adam. I hope you're keeping well. What is a moke? I could have said something wrong. Now, we try and get a decent landing here, that we don't, like, dive into the water. Swan dive into the water. Yes, so far is nice. It looks pretty, and hold the nose up and get the back in first. There's the stall horn. That's okay. Ooh, contact. And we're down. Engine off. And we'll just kind of glide to a stop. We hope. Without breaking much. Alright. We landed on water. What was that other fella who walked on water? That's what we're him. The Z3 cool. Are you in multiplayer? Not yet, but we can do. Colonel Fork says, open the door and time to fish. Wouldn't that be the job? Just kick back here. A nice Italian sunset. You couldn't have a beer because you're flying, but, you know, you could designate the co-pilot to fly you back. But that looks pretty. Eye candy mode. Philly Roach says they need wake effects to be added. Yes, yes they do. Microsoft Flight Sim, Instagram mode. Bucket says, hey Murph, how do I uninstall it? Because when I did it on Steam, nothing happened. Okay, so if it's on Steam, go into your Steam apps in the main menu, right click on where you had the application and just click on uninstall. It'll remove it. Best thing then, restart your PC, go back into Steam, go to the product again and just click install and see what happens. Well, I have to say, doesn't that look pretty? So the Icon A5 in the November 235 Romeo Mike tail number. They're speechless. They're just kind of enjoying the views. Can you hear the waves? Steve Austin says, somebody posted on Reddit a photo of real life and the game at the same time and you couldn't spot which was the game. Nice. Bad Dog is here. Hi Murph. A glass bottom would be good. It absolutely would. Yep. We need to amend something in here. Now, after watching a stream from Castrator, he was saying, I think he put it up on Twitter, he was saying he tried to edit an aircraft file and it broke the sim. So we'll wait. But once we have that done, I think we could add in, like, it's only a matter of copying and dragging one of these textures and dropping it in there. Yes, we must try that. It's so peaceful and nice here. Only joking. Okay, time to get going again, I think. What are our thoughts? A few samples now and I'd be perfect. Or it'd be perfect even. Okay, we're going to start this machine. See, can we take off before that big ship over there? For the fishes, clear prop. Oh yeah. The Unknown Bike Rider asks, is this game coming to Xbox? It is due to go to Xbox, yes. We haven't yet a release date, so we'll have to wait and see. Now, the guys are saying, can we go to multiplayer mode? Well, sure, why not? Let's go like this. How do we start in the sea, though? I'll tell you what, let me land back in Rome, and then we'll go for some multiplayer action. Because I know you can't really start in the sea, it'll actually start you airborne. So, one notch of flaps. I keep getting these annoying pop-ups telling me what to do. I got to see where you can turn them off. Into your menu, as Spartan 300 is here. Good evening to you, Spartan. Go into your menu, go into Assistance, go to Notifications, get me out of the way. Piloting and Control Notifications, turn them off. Aircraft Systems, turn them off. Flying Tips, turn them off. Objectives and Software Tips, turn them off. And that'll get rid of those annoying menus, I suppose. Okay, we're going to take off again. Quick check, flaps are set, our landing gear is up, and our rudder is down. The bilge pipe doesn't work, so let's just hope we didn't take on any water. And power forward. Just double checking my trim here to make sure that we don't immediately take off. Okay. Airspeed is alive. We have movement. Looks like we're going very fast. Here's 50 knots. And that ship up there is absolutely freaking it out, man. But it's okay. We're airborne. Bring in our water rudder. And we can bring our flaps in here now as well. Clearly there is an Irishman in control of that ship. He's having the crack. Or Carey is here, good evening to you. He asks, what joystick am I using? I have the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog and also the Thrustmaster TPR rudder pedals. And they be awesome. As golden hour has begun. Jeffrey Bennett says, pull over to the local dock and see what's going on. Not much, except for that ship kind of, well, he's losing the will to live. But he's okay. He's doing 360s. We don't pass judgment here. We just think he's nuts. Okay, as we continue our approach into Rome, for which we will be making a full stop landing, if I can get my pitch settings correct, we're going to go to nighttime mode. Ooh, that's kind of nice. But I think we'll go proper nighttime mode. Yes. Now, one thing that's very annoying, I can adjust the dashboard control, or brightness. I can do nothing with this screen here, and it's very annoying. Now, I can turn on these floodlights. That makes everything kind of warm looking. And of course you have these, you know, amazing reflections on the dash. Marius Myberg says, cheers everyone, I have to go. It was a beautiful flight. Marius, we'll catch you on the next one, and thanks a million for stopping by. Another thing I will say, flying at night time, I noticed that there is a little bit of issues with some of the textures loading in. The Z3 is Rome Herb. Yes, we're going into U or B. So why don't we jump outside and take in some lights, shall we? And a shameless plug, if you're new here. Neil Smullen says, look out for trampolines. They're just as dangerous as COVID. Mark Dixon's here. He says, great tutorials today, Murph. Keep them coming. Many thanks, Mark. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Bucket X says, when I uninstall it, it is normal again. Can you elaborate? Now obviously from this altitude you can see that all the lights obviously around a major European city, well, they're making the sky a little bit harder to see. But if you guys can see, we got a whole lot of stars up there and we have a bit of a moon. Now the reflection, that is a known bug, or it's not a full moon. The unknown bike rider asks, how long will it be streaming for? We got a little bit more gas in the tank. I'd say we'll be here for another little bit. As Neil Smullen has just subscribed. Many thanks, Neil. I hope you're having a pleasant evening, dude, and stay away from them trampolines or thermopolines. So our view from inside the Icon A5, which I don't believe is rated for nighttime flying, I could be wrong. So the simulated horror is real. Dangerous Brian says, turn on your strobes. I thought they were on. They're kind of on. They're doing their best. Wait. Yeah, they're kind of on. They're not great though. So, I do recommend flying at night time in the sim. Make sure you have every other light turned off in the room. And ideally wear headphones. And like, lock your door. There's nothing worse if you're absolutely immersed into your sim and you have your door closed but not locked. And you have your headphones on. And you have great sounds and it's just you and the plane and your scenery. And then someone, most dramatically, just might ramble in to say hello or good evening or good night. And the events that follow can only be described as terrifying. You will wallop your knees off said table, you will spill your drink, you will upset all your flight controls, and probably put you into a flat spin. Jeffrey Bennett says, UFO. Indeed. As we have our little label turn on here for Rome. Philip Breen says, I'm going to do that later after the stream, as Jet V1 is now following. Many thanks, Jet. I hope you're having a pleasant evening, and you're very welcome to the channel. To everyone in YouTube and everyone in Twitch, Good evening to all. Dangerous Brian says, Murphy, I would end up single. Boeing 21159 is here. He says, hello Murphy. Good evening, Boeing. I hope you're keeping well. You're very welcome to tonight's stream as we fly over the eternal city of Rome at night time. So back in our little machine here, we're very high. So we'll bring our throttle all the way back. And you can see the angle of attack. Colonel Fork says, is it Jemison or Johnny Walker? It's actually rum tonight, spiced rum, from a very well-known captain. Neil Smullen says, it's absolutely incredible how far we've come when it comes to video games. 40 years ago we had Pac-Man, and now we have photorealistic of the entirety of the Earth, or planet Earth, in the sim. Neil, it's absolutely jaw-dropping what the sim can do. Modern video games and simulators, like, it's absolutely incredible. Like, look at the reflections. Like, forget what's outside of the window. Look what's on the window. And, like, that's just... They're not just, like, you know, a picture. They react to what's going on inside of the aircraft. They're actual reflections. So, for example, if you want to look at... that's fuel. So if you look at the RPM, look at this little dial over here. It works. Terrifying. Now we are a little bit high, so we're going to lead off a bit of altitude here, and we'll probably circle around Rome. Bulkhead X says, is it known you have to set up your controls? Yes. Philip Breen says, Murph, a suggestion for a next flight, fly over the Amazon or somewhere like that, question mark. Yeah, sounds good. KR85, Murph, what are you using for controls and how much does it all cost? Or is it just a keyboard? So I use the Thrustmaster Warthog, the HOTAS Warthog, and I also use the Thrustmaster TPR rudder pedals. The whole lot together combines, it's the bones of about €1,000 or $1,000, give or take. Keep an eye on the likes of, you know, Done Deal or adverts if you're over here in Ireland. Every now and again people sell them off relatively cheap. You can pick up a bit of a bargain. And keep an eye on the Thrustmaster store and also the Aerosoft store, particularly in and around the Black Friday sales. Neil Smullen says, jaw-dropping stuff indeed, absolutely. Matthew asks, has anyone else had problems with the clouds not being on the globe? Is that in the main menu, Matthew? Definitely one says, imagine what gaming will be like in 50 more years. I know, right? Bulkhead is asking, is there any way to download the file chunky? Not quite sure what you mean. Mad Steve is here. Is this the new Flight Sim 2020? Yes, it is. Will there be a Flight Sim 2021? Doubtful. They've built a very strong platform here, and it can only get better, so they'll just keep adding to it, I would think. So we're over the Termini train station. That's this area behind us. We're going to circle back now over the ancient part of the city. Jeffrey Bennett says, my joystick is on back order. Dude, I suspect all sorts of Flight Simulator hardware is going to be extremely hard to get now for a number of weeks. As Steve Austin says, just a thought, Pong on the Atari 2600 was 48 years ago. I have an Atari 40... No, I don't. I have an Atari ST 520 and I have an Atari... hang on. Yeah, I have an Atari 2600 still in its box. Now it's well used, but it's here in my little games room. Matt Steve says, nice one. If you're flying over Ireland in a future video, fly where I am located in Laois. What part of Laois? We were over Laois there. We went down to Lime Tree Airfield the other day. It's a little bit harder to see where I'm going at night time. Who would have thought of it? So we're getting a little bit of choppy frames here, but that's okay. Hopefully it'll sort itself out. We're going to do a left turn and head over to the... well, we're going to head for the Coliseum. Now someone asked, is there military aircraft in the sim yet? Not just yet, but there will be. So, the Coliseum at night time, and the Forum, which would be right, it's usually dark. Pixian asks, what GPU? This is the RTX 2080 Ti. The Coliseum is a little bit more lit up than that at night time, but it's okay. Colin McHale, just on the Laois-Kilkenny border. Not far from Abbeyleix and Portlaoise. Yeah, we'll rumble over there someday. You can turn some things down and get better frame rates, says Jeffrey. Indeed we can. David Williams is here. I have an Atari ST. Upgraded it to 1 megabyte back in the day when you had to solder in each RAM chip individually. Yeah! That's how it was done, David. Okay. Hello, evening time. Don't worry, it does this. That stutter is usually caused by a dramatic change in individuals. Lucas here, good evening to you. Many thanks for joining us. As Fight says, Atari ST was my very first machine, a great machine. Matt Steve says, whereabouts are you from in Ireland yourself? Originally from Dublin. Married a girl from Kildare, Newbridge to be precise. Spent a lot of time in Kerry, and I live now in Tipperary. Look at the state of that view. Steve Austin says, I had a 20 megabyte hard drive. Oh yeah. When installing a game, you needed 3 to 4 diskettes, as they were called. Okay, let's find the airport, shall we? Joseph Gambino says A320 free liveries out for Microsoft Flight Sim. Correct. There are 40 new liveries out. If you guys want to check the Discord channel, there is a link to them in that. Read the manual, read all the instructions, because if you do it wrong, it'll cause problems. But I'm sure you'll be fine. So we have eyes on the runway, face cam on for dramatic effect. Mike is here.
Hey, good morning.
Resi the Gamer is now following. Good evening to you, dude. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. You join us just as we land here in Rome, in Italy. Philip Breen says, Murph, do you have deliveries? I haven't installed them yet. I'm waiting on one dude to come back to me with an Aer Lingus one. Steve Austin said, I had an Amstrad CPC 464 with a cassette for games. Nice. That's what it's all about. Matt Steve says, not bad. I noticed the dub accent myself. I was born in Swords, but I moved to Laois since 2000, and I'm moving to Queensland. Nice. Queensland as in Queensland or Queenstown? Queensland, Australia. Queenstown, New Zealand. I think. Landing gear deployed. First notch of flaps. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the Aer Lingus livery to come out. I've seen previews of it and they almost have it finished. And it's the new livery. And it looks like the cat's pyjamas. Australia in Brisbane. Nice, dude. Commodore 64 with cassette deck. Also had the 1040 ST. Nice. Kind of makes me jealous and also envious at times. We grew up with like potato machines. Like these things couldn't even compute algebra. The old computers with the 3.5-inch floppy disks and diskettes. Try to say that really fast in front of a crowd. And then, later on you had the gaming consoles. Chief Fluffy 69 has just subscribed. Many thanks. Oh, we're terribly high here. As we try not to butcher this landing on runway 34. We got this. We hope. A little bit of concentration needed now, Murph. Don't plough it into the ground. At that speed, just bleed off a little bit. Try and keep it on the centre line. There's 50 knots. There's touchdown. A little bit bouncy, but sure, look, it will take it. We will have to back taxi just a little bit. But that's okay. Now this machine requires a lot of oomph to get it moving. That's what every owner of an Icon A5 should do. Just sit there randomly revving the engine. Nice landing, says Pixtian. Many thanks, dude. Let me know when the Aer Lingus one comes out. 100%. Steve Austin says, well, with everybody saying what they had, those watching are mostly old fogies. I'm not an old fogey and I had them. What are you trying to say, Steve? It's all good. Alright, Murphy, you're just kind of showing off now with revving the engines. So we'll get ourselves parked up here. And we are approaching that time in which one must refill one's cup. Yes, that's how you say it. Oh, look at this guy taxiing out. And for the next flight, we're going to do a bit of multiplayer. Because, well, why not? Matt Steve says, it's a good landing when you hear the screech of the landing gears. Yes. 40 is the new 30. Absolutely. FS Velocity asks, what GFX card are you running? It's the RTX 2080 Ti. Arda says, refill what? Refill my chalice, my man, of liquid bravery. Tonight's beverage of choice is a spiced rum made by a very popular captain. Okay, we got a van in the way. So we kind of just hide it over here in this corner. We could totally park in here. Social distancing and all that. Steve Austin says, Navy rum, the best rum. Oh yeah, buddy of mine is in the Irish Navy and he came back from Malta, I think. And he had this bottle of, he called it rum, I called it liquid tar. Ooh. That was some potent stuff. All right, hey. As we look at our cool shadows there. So, park and brake on. Make sure our flaps are fully retracted, which they are. Nav lights we need. Strobes, taxi and landing lights can now come off. There's no avionics we need to worry about. Engine switch to off. Turn our fuel off. And we can hit our master battery as we get some music as we wait for a couple of minutes. I'm going to refill my little jar here. And yeah, we'll be back to you soon. Let's jump outside though. This view? Yeah. Nice little airport. It's using the generic or default airport. But it looks nice. Okay, cool. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Well, that's pretty. Okay, so we're going to go back to our main menu here. And maybe get some group flying. Niels Mullen says, no way in hell my PC would run this. It struggles with Excel at the moment. Yeah. The Z3 says, crack the Fosters. Cheers. Okay, let's see, can we do this again? So, who's here in the group who wants to do a small bit of flying, guys? I think we're going to go back up to Leonardi. And we're going to zoom to details. So those of you who are asking, how do you start in parking in a cold and dark state? Essentially with all the engines and stuff turned off. So if you zoom to details of your departure airport, be sure to select a parking area. If you can't find it, underneath your airport in which you are departing, just hit the little drop down and it'll say gate parking, and then scroll down to where it is you want to go. So we're going to go for number 9 here. Set as departure. Flight conditions, well, we had it on live. I don't know. So turn that one back. Let me see now. We're going with group only. Preset, that's okay. No air traffic, no, we'll just have ourselves. So that's okay. Daza says he's here, so we'll click on Daza and go to invite to group. Hopefully this works. Crinkly will ask as well. You guys want to join in? The gamer tag, just do a search in all uppercase, D, Two-Tone Murphy. I'll ask Gustavo as well. So there seems to be a delay factor when you're trying to load in multiplayer, so we'll see. You have created a new group. Awesome. You have left the group. You've created a group. You've left the group. We shall see what happens. Philip Brain is crinkly. Invite to group. Now, who's in the group? Just me at the minute. We'll give it a couple of minutes. I know it takes a few minutes. So Crinkly's here. Now, I might change from the icon. I might go to... What did I go to? I have left the group. How about a Piper Cub? ATC options. Custom tail number. Try an ATR 72, if only they had one. It takes a couple of minutes, so we'll hang tough. So I'm thinking we're going to explore some of the lake regions. See what sort of trouble we can get ourselves into. That's okay. And that's okay. Time of day is... Yeah, bring it up to a bit there. Now, usually we'd have the old voice working up on the Discord, but I haven't done that yet. You think I would have done it in all the time I had off, but no. So we'll just use this and see what happens. What server? It shouldn't matter. I'm in North Europe. It's giving me the lowest latency. So depending on your location, I find automatic works for me. No, don't press that button. Okay. So the invitations have been sent out. Lima India Alpha Alpha is our airport of choosing. I'm going for parking over here. I'm going to jump into fly now. And let's see what happens. Vincent Long is here. He says, been flying FS 2020 today for 3 hours. Very happy with it. Nice.
Hey, good money.
Pixie and 21 is now following on Twitch. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're enjoying yourself this evening. The Z3, cool, just sent request again. Give it a sec. I think I added everyone in. So this could be good, bad, or indifferent. We'll figure it all out now in a little while. There's no way to access your profile from in the game. Oh, you can. Haha! Okay. We'll give it a couple of minutes. Well, that's handy. Didn't know we can do that. Let's have a look around to see who's here. Do I have labels turned on? Because that's going to be important. Let me see. No, we need to go into general settings and into traffic and
Hey, good money.
turn our names on. As Viper Size, or Viper Eyes even, has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. You're very welcome to this channel. So let's see if we can... Well, there's Dazza. He's over in the corner. Look out for that fuel truck guy. But someone's fancy starting off on the runway. As is Crinkly. Okay, it's a game of chicken. In the left corner, in the Cessna 172, we have Stalkert. In the right corner, we have Crinkly. In the Cub Cabbage. We want a good, clean fight. Let's get it on. Bad Dog says, hi Murph, when I push the throttle on the Cessna, it comes right back out again. Can't get it off the ground. Double check your control settings and make sure nothing else is set to your throttle axis. I know when I first powered up the sim, the first time I got it working, my one of my rudder pedals was actually bound to a throttle axis, which was a real pain in the butt. So we shall see. So who's not in yet? Captain invite. And invite. And invite. I'll give that a couple of minutes and we'll sit tight here. We're not going anywhere. Now, why aren't the name tags appearing? Have some, but not all. So we should be grand here now in a few minutes. Neil Smullen says, assuming you were or are in the Air Corps. No. Philip Rain says, I've no idea what I'm doing. Vincent Long says, one question, how do you find ILS of the airport you are approaching? If you go into the frequencies for said airport, back on the main map it'll show you. But if you go into the frequencies, it'll give you an idea of the ILS frequency. Also, you can check out charts depending where your airport is. Paul is here. Captain Avcar Vegas. Right. You're in. You're not in. You're in. Thought you were in. You're in. Get you in. Well, Daz is already here. Crinkly's already here. Okay, give it a few minutes here and we'll see what happens. We have a few. Daz is here. Ace Paul Byrne is here. I don't know who's in the Cessna 172, guys. Neil says, group full. Guess I'll catch future. No, group shouldn't be full. Is it saying the group is full? We need to change that. General. Traffic. How do we do this now? Distance. No. I'm flying. Let me see. Let me see. Traffic. Show traffic. Airline. That's okay. Miscellaneous. Data. Multiplayer. Running cache. Bandwidth. Checking. No, that's okay. That's okay. They're all okay. There's a way to increase the size of the group. How do we do that, Murph? Unsure. And Neil says, apologies, I thought the symbols on your stream were from the Air Corps. They were, would you believe they were? So the green and orange kind of yin-yang colour is the pre-war Irish Air Corps logo. Well, it's not the one, but it's very close to it. Philip says, Murph, your current story of my life. Okay, we'll get this machine started here, which is kind of strange. So choke out, battery on, ignition on, lights can come on, flaps, no parking brake, toes on brakes. A good start on our engine. Go ahead, get our avionics turned on here now as well. Transponder, we'll set it to altitude mode because we're kind of half nuts. Okay, so the plan here, guys, there's no real wind, so we all need to kind of back taxi and then take off, departing to our left, if that makes any sense. So let's see how this goes, shall we? And whoever that was, they are no more. Okay, let's see how this all turns out. It's working. It looks so cool. So think how we do this, guys. We'll all taxi down to the end of the runway, and we'll just give each other enough space when we get down here to allow 2 or 3 take off. Well, you probably get 2 out at the same time, as there's pandemonium behind us. That was an official brake check on the Cessna. Speedy McHaggis is now following. That's an awesome name. Hope you're keeping well, dude. Many thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a pleasant evening. Look at the carnage behind us. We have ourselves a convoy. Yes, we do. Okay, so I think the easiest thing to do is once we get down to this end of the runway, we can use our turning circle and then just kind of spread out in a big group. So let's hope this works. It's going to be carnage. So we'll all take our time. It's like when you put your hand up to a fishbowl and all the fish come over and then you hit it a little bit harder and they all freak. So I reckon we'll all manage. I reckon we'll all fit, because this little Piper is going to get airborne in a couple of feet. Jeffrey Bennett says, get the fire trucks ready. Oh yeah. Okay. That wasn't good parking, Murph. Okay, we're looking good, we're looking good. So, open our little map here. So when we depart, if we pretty much fly straight on this heading, there is a big lake. We shall check out the big lake and see what happens. And if someone in the chat can figure out what that lake is. Okay, flaps set to take off, which I can confirm worked. Okay, here we go. Choke lever in. Airspeed is alive as we bait down the runway. Dagrin Gaming is here. Sorry, Dagrin Gaming is here. He says, hi Murph, I watch all your streams. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're having a good evening, Dagrin. This is hilarious, says Philip. Oh yeah. Too much yellow, says Jeffrey. Okay, well, I'm airborne. How's the rest looking? We're getting there. So we pretty much fly on this heading. Now that Cessna 172 is going to have the legs on all of us. So let's see what happens. So I'm heading due west. And I'm going to level off at about 2,000 feet because there's a bit of a mountain we need to climb over. So we should be looking good. Which we are. Flight of the Valkyrie. Cue music. Okay, not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. Colonel Fork says, favourite World War II era aircraft? Okay, so if we're talking fighters, it's going to be a mix between the P-51 and the Supermarine Spitfire. If we're talking transport, it has to be the C-47 or DC-3. And if we're talking on the German side of the fence, the Me-109 and also the Stuka dive bomber. Certainly fascinating aircraft. What about you, Colonel? What do you favour? Okay, so for those of you in the Cub, I'm going to set my tachometer, which is the RPM dial, to about 4,500, as I'm going to try and level off here at 2,000 feet. As we have Dazza below us, he's at 1,900 feet. He's going to start climbing and hopefully come up alongside for our wing shot. That's pretty awesome looking. And then the rest of the dudes are keeping up. There we does it. Hey. Neil Smullen says Hurricane or the the mosquitoes. Yeah, they were cool. The Havilland, I think, weren't they? Fighter would be the F4 or the F2 Wildcat. Oh yeah. Transporter C-47 and the 109 and also the ME-262 Corsair. Yeah, that's another good one, Jeffrey. The F4, that was a Corsair, I think, wasn't it? It says, wasn't the M262 used as a bomber? Yeah. Not originally, though. I don't believe. I have to say, guys, multiplayer in Microsoft Flight Sim is absolutely fantastic fun. So apart from the views of the other guys flying, look at the state of them views. Italian countryside. Stephen says, where did you fly from? Missed it. We took off from LIAA, however. There's still time, Stephen. There's another airport over here, which I imagine there is. Or even spawn over this neck of the woods. We took off from LIAA, so if you want to spawn there, pick up something a little bit faster maybe, and we're just heading for this lake to see what we can see. JRS is here. Hi y'all fellow aviators, good evening to you. I hope you're keeping well. Jeffrey Bennett says, okay, where's the class clown? Whoa, you're close. That's awesome looking.
Hey, good morning.
As Jeffrey David has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're having a nice peaceful evening. Zaf here, loving these streams. Many thanks, my dude. Andy Shaw asks, can multiplayer hear each other on the radio? I haven't figured it out yet. Now, I don't know, guys, if we all tune to the one frequency, let's say 124.850. Testing. No, it doesn't appear to work. Murphy's drifting off to one side. Look at that. Stalker up in the Cessna 172 as he rammels in right in front of us. Nicely done, my friend. Tiger with a gun says it's the yellow arrows. The unknown bike rider says, if you go over Ireland, could you do a flyby over Kerr, County Tipperary, down south? Yeah, why not? Might get a chance this evening, but might look at it tomorrow for you. Oh. Back, you devil. Some nice pilotage there, my dudes, as Daza front and centre. We're on your 5 o'clock high. Stephen Coughlin says the lake is Volsini Volcano. Nice. The colour remind... Annalisa says, the colours remind me of Bruce Lee spandex. Oh, yeah. Neil says, do a barrel roll. Ah, we might in a bit. How many did you leave behind, Murph? Says Jeffrey. I'm not quite sure. Oisin O'Donovan is here, loving the streams, watching from West Cork. Hope you keep them well, Oisin. Thanks for joining us here tonight. I hope all is well in West Cork. Colonel Ford says, the yellow sprinkles. As Jeffrey Bennett has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. Well, I have to say, this is very tidy formation flying. I'm impressed. Geo landing now, Vox. We're just going to call you Vox. Many thanks for the subscribe and the follow, dude. I hope you're having a nice evening. So, quick checking our map. We're doing okay. So we have a lake here in front of us. So there'll be kind of an island thingy here in the lake, and if you look at it closely, guys, there's like a small little strip. What do you reckon? Can we land on said strip? Viper Eyes says, what edition do you need to have to fly in Ireland? Standard one. With the standard edition, you have the entire planet. Jeffrey David says, hola from Nola. No, there's too many trees. Dang, Nugget. But there is a spot on the far side. What do we reckon? This is some tidy flying here, guys. Look at this for a lake. It's beautiful. Okay, there is a landing strip. Not classified as such, but it's going to be now. Target is acquired. Right, guys, I'm going to brake right and then low. On 1, 2, 3. So we absolutely max our speed here. Packer with a gun says, I'm pretty sure if I tried to join you, I'd crash into someone. No problem, dude. Gotta try it. Agrees paragliding or gliding Vox says, where you live, Murph? I am living in Ireland. This could be interesting. Man, look at the rivers here. It's beautiful. So let's see, can we put this down? Little Brain says, oh no, oversteered. We have the field in sight. Whoa. Nicely done, Paul. So Dazzy, you're pretty much over the strip that we're going to try and land at. Now let's see if this works out. So what's our speed here? First notch of flaps. Kind of aim for between the trees. Let's hope the terrain is somewhat flat. Oh, oh, oh. And it's a little bounce, but that's quite okay. Be careful of the brakes. We'll scooch up the hill here to get out of their way. Nice. Okay, keep the toe brakes on. Jump to our... I don't say hit a tree. No, I didn't. Okay, let's zoom out here to see, can we get someone on the cameras making an approach? You guys see where I've landed? If you fly directly in where that white path kind of a thing is, you should be good. Welcome to the Lakeside Inn. Sam says, this is a weird way to go to the beach. Who are you telling? Oh, 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 oh. Here comes Paul. Nicely done. Oh! Give it socks, Paul. It's grand. No one saw that. You're totally fine, dude. As Dazza is going to be next on the approach. You saved it. You saved it. It's good. Here comes Dazza. A hop, skip, and a jump. Will you manage to hold it? Shamrock 1 Heavy is here. Good evening to you, Shamrock. Stalker made it down. Let's see what happens here. The approach is good. Nicely done. Just be very careful with your brakes. And I think we're all down. Dazza, I don't know how we can help you. Oh, he's got it! He got it. That's brilliant. Oh, it's fantastic. Okay, pretty much where Dazza is, we're going to use that as our takeoff location. If that's okay with you guys. So if you guys just ramble up to Dazza, we'll get a turn and we'll let Dazza take off first. Just let us all kind of get up there. Pontus TWL is here. Amazing. How you doing, buddy? I hope you're keeping well tonight. JRS says no pizza here. Who forgot the pizza? They had one job to do. Annalisa says, right, who was the picnic basket? Tiger with a gun. I forgot my bathing suit. That's amazing. As Crinkly is appearing over the hill. Okay, I'm going to sit tight and see can we get some takeoff views. Dazza is up first. James H is here. When do you think it'll come out on console? I'm hoping before Christmas. Dan Fitzgerald says, nice landing. Adam Quinn says, will you ever play X-Plane again? I will. I'll probably use it tomorrow, funny enough. I want to check out that new Kerry airport from Boundless and Kino. On John Paul. Give us a blow, he says. How are you doing, John? Hope you're keeping well. We are in Italy. As Dazza lines up for a takeoff. It's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking good. The ace Paul Byrne has made it up as well. Good takeoff from Dazza and from Paul. Stalker's going to give it a shot now in the Cessna 172. Bitmania K69 is here. Can you tell in which part of Italy? We're west of a place called Terni. Man, that 172 looks heavy. Push it, push it. He made it. Bad got it up out of there as well. Oh look, it's only me left. I better stop my old procrastinating and get airborne. Right, Murph? You've no excuses now. Everyone else made it. As we go for a face cam for the dramatic look. Flaps are probably way down. One notch on the flaps. Power set to full. Oh yeah. Philip Breen is back. Sam Dragon TV says, I don't know why I get 20 to 30 frames since I got a 2080 Super. Just turn your graphics down and start adding them back up slowly but surely. You could be CPU bound. Bitmania says, nice. Umbria. Hot Gamer Girl is here. Tiger would have no idea if that's the proper heading. No, well, we're doing good. They're all just kind of hanging around, so let me see. Where are we going to next? Let's keep heading for that big lake, the really massive one, because there's small little islands on it. So we're going to head west. That's like a big motorway stop down there, isn't it? Nice. So if we continue on our rambles out towards the west, we're going to head for that big massive lake. Tiger with a gun, ATC, Murphy, flight of 7, heading 270. Nice. Philip says, I'm just behind. Nice. What got you into streaming? Asks Daniel. I don't know, kind of a hobby, I suppose. Pretty much a hobby. I had access to Microsoft Flight Sim relatively early on, and I was dying to show off a lot of Ireland in it. And the best way to do that, I could have made like videos. I don't have the patience for videos. You know, you got to work on the video multiple times. You got to edit it, then you have to render it, then you have to upload it, and it was just like, ugh. So streaming is the easy way to do it. Joe Joyce is here. How are you, Joe? I'm going to ask, do I use VATSIM? I do, the odd time. James H says, can you try a Dreamliner in and out of Sligo? John Paul, are you from Ireland? Yes, indeed. I'll try and get a look around, see where everybody is. Dazzle's off to our starboard. I can't see anyone else here at the second, but then again, they could be creeping up behind me, which they are. Nice. Okay, so our current heading, we're not too far away, maybe 10 minutes or so. Colonel Fork says, is the group still full? Shouldn't be, Colonel. Let's see here now. Who else, guys? You're here. Oh, no, not here. Right, there's a couple of more invites gone out there, guys. Hopefully you can get airborne and rumble over. Noel McCarthy's here. How's it going, Noel? Hope you're keeping well. I can see you in the sim, but not on your screen. Weird. Andrew Noble says, this looks good fun. It's a howl a minute. A howl a minute. Colonel Fork says, telling me it's full. Ah, bummer. Yeek, as we nearly almost hit the plane. John Paul says, what county? Originally from Dublin. Don't worry, Colonel, if you can't get you into this one, we'll do another one afterwards. Why is there only 8 in the group? There should be like tons allowed into the group. Is there a setting I haven't thought of? Well, you need to be careful that when you press escape, you stop, but the world moves around. Jeffrey Bennett says, my wife loves Rory, Murph. Rory stories. Hilarious. Steady. Fergus is here, up to Jack Eanes, he says.
Hey, good morning.
As Noel McCarthy is now following. Many thanks. Krusty Yates, do you have to plan for refuels in the game? You do, or you can cheat and just go to fuel and refuel. Oh guys, check your fuel, will you? It's going to be low. It's the luck of the Irish and the expertise of the... what do we say this group is called? The Yellow... something? Setting when you start the flight for all or group. The Yellow Canaries. Here we are. This is the Yellow Canaries flight squadron. Who plays the part of Dastardly? Or Muttley? This is insanely pretty. And a little bit mad looking. Oh. JRS asks, how do you start Coleman Dark? Select a parking location, not an active runway. So when you go to your departure airport, select parking. Either visually click on a parking spot when you zoom right into the airport, or under the airport name on the top left, you can select a little drop-down menu and it'll tell you where you can take off from, or where you can start from. Well, this is a big lake. Should have gone with the A5, you could have landed on the lake. Yeah. That would have made more sense. There's still time. Okay guys, if you look into the lake, there are 2 very small islands. Let's check them out to see is one of them landable. As Voight says, just started watching again between work. Where are we now? We've just made contact with this big giant lake. And we're going to see, can we put it down on this little island somewhere along here? Wishful thinking. Talking about the gun says, my gut feeling based on the visuals here is that the right one might be landable. I think so. The unknown bike rider says, are you able to land on water? Not with this aircraft, but yes you can. There's an Icon A5 that comes with the standard version, as Ace Paul is going in for a closer look. Stephen Cotton says, here's a mad thought. How much of this virtual world has been seen before? Is it possible you're the first ever flyers in MS 2020 here? It's possible. Ian Fisher's here. Good evening, Ian. So a few days now into the public release. What are your thoughts? Yeah, it's good, man. Like it's the multiplayer is like such a breath of fresh air to have in Flight Simulator because they're accurate models. The latency is actually very good. It's getting a little bit easier to control it. The timings are working out better, and it's immensely fun. S5 says, which country? This is Italy. TTVS1 is here over on Twitch. Hi man, how's your day? Not too bad, my friend. I hope you're keeping well. Many thanks for stopping by this evening. As Jeffrey Bennett says, have you got gas? In the plane or in general? Look at this. It almost looks like there's an airfield at that island. I think so. Laghi di Balsina of central Italy. It's a lake of volcanic and tectonic origin. It's the largest volcanic lake in Europe. Nice. Now that we're closer, I changed my tune. No airfield. But I see a beach. What do you reckon? Doable or not doable? You find the labels too big. Let's see, can we change them? Bear with me now. No. That'll be an email to the developers. We'll ask them. So many trees. Oh, there has to be somewhere here we can land. As we go in for a closer look. Don't like the look of that beach. I think private group is maxed at 6 and public group is open to more. Okay, we'll check out a public group, so. There is positively nowhere to land on this little island. Okay, let's check out the other one, shall we? Lost Fanatic 100 is here. Yo, Irish Air Corps. Sam says, I mean, you can try to land, but the trees would mind. I think they would have something to say about it. McCarthy says, heard you flew through Storm Ellen the other night. We certainly did. That video is actually on YouTube if you want to check it out. And I've time-stamped the whole lot, so you can jump straight through the storm if you want. Lost Fanatic is now following. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. Philip Breen says, I'm finally back with the lads. Jeffrey says, too bad you can't all talk to one another. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. Like, we can use Discord. We can set up a chat in that. JRS asks, are you using Ultra Graphics? Yeah. Now, what are our thoughts on this one? There is a beach, but it looks super narrow.
Hey, good morning.
It looks doable. Well, thanks, Robert, for the subscription. Don't like the look of that one, fellas. You would have to time it so well. Well, if I can do it, then you guys can do it. How do you find the weather in general? Asked Ian Fisher. Sometimes the so-called weather does not agree with the METAR. I agree. Black Knight was on the other night and he was giving me the barometric pressures, and at all times this sim was off by about 20 to 30 minutes. Okay. This could be absolutely nuts. Keep the speed down. There is a lone tree at the end of this little beach. Can we go on the far side of the trees? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, don't! Yeah, it was grand. Just nothing happened bad at all. And oh dear. Okay, so the terrain isn't exactly well, it's not very pleasant down here, guys. Run away! Run away! Go for it, my boy! You'll be fine! Yeah, so we kind of broke our airplane. It's fine though, it's totally sound. I better get out of the way. Come on, Betsy. Okay, we'll just sit here and like ignore everything. Oh, that's painful looking. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here. Here comes the ace, Paul Byrne. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Oh, brilliant. When in doubt, add loads of power. That's just thinking about it. It's just you and me here now, Paul. We kind of made it. Getting off this is going to be fun. Daza lines up the shot. A hush goes over the crowd. This is nuts. Come on, Daza, you can do it. That's really fast, man. Oh. Anyone else? This is just the water with your wheels and it'll catapult you into the sky. That's handy to know. Okay, what we need to do, we need to set up a public server so we can all get in. And once we do that, we're going to pick somewhere that's a little bit more friendly to bush flying, shall we? Okay, I'm going to head back to the main menu and see what we need to do for a public server. Any advice you guys might have would be real handy. Okay, let's have a look. So this group says there's 6 in it, right? Let's go back to our options here to see can we make that any way different. Oh. Armor no. Traffic yes. Airport life. Generic. Aircraft traffic type. Real time only. Turn that on. Data. Online functionality. That's okay. Flight model. That's okay. Miscellaneous. That's okay. Accessibility. Developer. If you guys wanted to check what your FPS was, by the way, you can turn on developer mode. This new menu bar up on top opens. Click on options and go down to display FPS. And you get this big, massive FPS counter. Now it's very intrusive, but if you need it, it's there. So back into options, turn that one off, and developer mode turn to off. Save, back. Assistance. Piloting. Let's see what else we can find here. Let's see. Take off. No, it's okay. Aircraft and systems. Nope. Failure damage. No, definitely not. Notification. No. User experience. ATC. No. Showed. Nope. And it ain't in controls. So, flight conditions, multiplayer, all players. Yeah. Okay. World map. That's why it says Squirrel had one with mates flying in the back country in Canada. Okay. Over to Canada we go. Now I'm trying to think. There was... oh, we could go up to Stewart, although a lot of mountains up there. I think I took off from one earlier on. Cold Lake. Andrews. Or Bismarck. Danny Burke says, did you hear Kildare are staying in lockdown? I did. Sad news, I'm afraid. Gabriel Dillon says, laughing my head off. Thinks we go to the world. Don't remember exactly where it was in Canada. No, that's okay. Trying to think. Jeff Faviano did a really good flight actually as well. That looked absolutely amazing. They're actually down Idaho neck of the woods. Denver. There's a nice big lake near KFCM. Minneapolis. Stephen Collins says, I'm hoping they put gliders and glider challenges in as well. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet, dude. Okay. Aspen. It's very high though, isn't it? The Colonel has spoken. Is that M1 or M? Okay, Colonel. This is our destination for takeoff. So it's M192 or Mike India 92. Runway start. Mike India 92, guys. That's where we're going to go. Except, so am I right in saying if I leave the group, it no longer is a private group? Am I right in saying that? And then everyone can just come in and join. For M is here. He says hi. Hey, dude. How are you keeping? Hope you're keeping well. Am I right in saying if I just leave the private group and if we all just go on the public side and if we open our filters, show our friends, we should all start appearing now. Daza says the icon A5. Oh, it's a must, Daza. Good thinking. Where are you? We can land on some lakeage. Liveries, no. Weight and balance. Fill them tanks. Buffer M says, lost all power in the storm when I was just coming in for landing. Oh, dude. There's nothing worse. Nothing worse. Who's on the ground here? Yeah, okay, so let's try it and see what happens, shall we? Flight conditions. Let's go to preset. Air traffic will be set to existing patterns. Air traffic, live traffic. Okay. Multiplayer. Group only. Other players will not be visible. So if I go to all players, will be visible regardless of their settings unless they have set multiplayer to group only. For public, all players. Nice. Air traffic we can turn off then, if I'm correct in stating that. We just want to see our own traffic. Kane Never says, did you attempt to go to Area 51? There's nothing there. Okay, live weather. Time of day. UTC. What the deuce? I'll just go for 12 o'clock. Daniel Burke has just donated through the super chat. Many thanks, Daniel. Really appreciate it, dude. Okay. Let's see if this works. So everyone and anyone is welcome to join us here. Disband the group. I did.
Appreciate the comeback, good buddy.
There's a notification. Keep up the good work, he says. Love the stream. Many thanks, my dude. Really appreciate it. Many thanks for the donation. Okay, disband the group. I think it already has been disbanded. Now, if I'm right in saying, this is going to start us off on the runway with the engines running. I think I set it for like 12:30 during the day. Okay, we're in the icon. Surely if you go for 1200 you should, and the weather. If we go live live weather. I think it's live. I can't change the time, that's weird. Hey, we have a summon. This could be good. And there's someone on top of us. Okay, so I think if we just get airborne and start circling around for a while, that'll be the easiest thing to do. As S2K Racer has now subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. Don't mind me. So just going to see if I can get airborne. Come on, Betsy. Oh, we got someone else here. Yeah, we got some peoples here. Okay, cool. Look at that Cessna go. Oh, the icon is a slow starter. Colonel Fork says, give me 2 shakes, no problem, we'll stay in the area. Go Dragon says, do you know if the JBM VL3 has an autopilot? I don't believe it does. I made a video on that this evening, Go Dragon, so unless you see an autopilot in the aircraft, it probably doesn't have it in there. Oh look, we got loads of people. So I'm going to do a right traffic around the field, guys, if you want to follow me. We'll bring it up to about 2,000 feet and hold it there. What server are you on? Asked Vesper. Good question, my dude. I'm on Northern Europe, but it shouldn't make a difference. All the servers talk to each other. Can you be on different servers? Yeah, I think so. Wayne is here. I'd love to fly with you guys. Mike India 92 is the airport. Mike India 92. So 2,000 feet is what I want. Departing from the airport, we're just going to hold the pattern here as we've gone right traffic. And we got more than 6 people now. It's getting serious. Do you know, I've just noticed there's no compass in the Icon A5. Which could be a good or a very, very bad thing. We'll wait and see. Okay, not exactly a downwind here, Murph. That's a little bit better. So who we got? We got Daza, we got Bad, Liam is here. WWE Kev is here. Z3R is here. Crinkly is here. Peyton Chu. The icon looks like it has a current here. I know, right? It's nuts looking. Dunk is out following. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. It's going to be interesting to see what the lag is when I talk in the stream to what you guys can actually see. How do you use this AOA instrument? What is it? So the AOA is an indication of your angle of attack. So if you're in straight and level flight, it should be in a neutral position. However, if you bank up or if you bank down, it'll give you an indication of how your aircraft is situated. Vesper 1 says, I'm on my way. That's okay. We'll stay in the pattern for you. It looks like the wasp that stung me last week, says Wayne. Colonel Fork says, FS crashed. Need a few more shakes. That's okay, dude. We'll hang tight. Might take some time, but I'll catch up. Don't worry, guys. We'll take our time. Keen asks, what are your favourite places you've explored in The Sims so far? I went to Disneyland yesterday, down in Florida. And that was interesting. That was very interesting, as I made an absolute horrendous attempt at trying to do a pattern. It's totally fine though. We've now turned on right base as Brexis is now following. Many thanks, you're very welcome to the channel. And oh, talk about close, man. Where's your manners? Okay, so far it's looking good. And a right turn here again. Once the Colonel gets airborne, I'm going to follow him. This be his neck of the woods. Use the menu on nav screen, says Kenneth. Ah, look, you have a 3D vision. That'll give you a heading. Ha ha! Ha ha! Vesper 1 says, Cool, I can see everyone on the map now. We're loading up. Nice. How is user's performance working? Is it good? You know, if the company icon were actually watching this, they'd be impressed. Terry is here. How are you doing today? Very well, Terry. Many thanks for joining us here this evening. Gop Slayer says, thanks for the FPS tip. No worries, dude. As the patent shoe is about to take off. So many lakes here. This is going to be awesome. Don't forget, guys, if you're new to the channel, be it here on YouTube or Twitch, if you like this kind of content, don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, shout, have the crack, write the name down, all those usual things. Go Dragon says, where are you flying right now? We took off from Mike India 92. Mike India Niner 2. That is so cool looking. I guess we're all using the icon. Oh yeah. MI92, what country is that? It's up in Michigan, in the United States. Well, that's some close flying we got going on. Nice. Hey, how's it going? MI is for Minnesota. Oh, maybe it's in Minnesota. But it's definitely not Cork, lads. That's the main thing. Alec Bastuta is here. Hola, hable español. Afraid not, my dude. Very little. ¿Cómo está? MI is Michigan. The Colonel is back. Alec has just subscribed. Muchas gracias, señor. Is this an ultra resolution? Asks Coconut Pete. Indeed it is. With our merry band of pilots. Our merry band of pilots. Merry? Our merry band of pilots. Imagine being on the ground and just hearing like the biggest swarm of bees. I, for one, would be terrified. I saved this with the XD translator, but hey, I'm just going to subscribe and leave my life. Many thanks, Alec. Muchas gracias. Coconut Pete wants to know, what are my system specs? So I have an i9 9900K processor running at 5 gigahertz, or sometimes 5.5, depending on what we're doing. an RTX 2080 Ti graphics card, and 64 gigs of RAM. Incarnate the Great is here. Good evening, he says. Where are we currently flying? So we are in Michigan. The airport is Mike India Niner 2. How do you edit what your display name is? I think it's to do with your Xbox gamer tag or your Windows gamer tag, as far as I know. Honda says, big B's. We've got a big airport ahead of us. So the names that people use to log in are Microsoft account. I think so. We're so going to buzz that tower down there. Nolene Holden is here. Hello. Hope you're keeping well this evening, Nolene. Happy Friday. We started off our stream tonight in Rome, taking in all the sights, and we're now over in the US doing some group madness flying. Jeffrey Bennett says, mine is my YouTube account. Nice. And the Colonel is just about airborne. Incarnate the Great asks Murphy, are you Canadian, sir? No, I'm Irish. But a very strange Irish accent at times, I will admit. Christopher Patterson is pick and chew. And kind of says, cripes, it sounded more like Eastern Canadian. That's okay, dude. I've been called far worse. And I like Canada and Canadians. Postal is MI for Michigan. The FAA uses this for Michigan too. Looks like I was thinking of another place. Lots of weather just east of there right now. Ooh. Nolan asks, is this the Mississippi? I don't know. Vox says Dublin, question mark. As in, I'm from Dublin? Yes. Are we flying in Dublin? No. Well, no. Oh, look at the houses down here. Vesper says, I have some serious clouds here. I appear to have no clouds. Are you guys in live weather mode? Henry Gordon is here. He says, hello from Fermanagh. Colonel Firk says, no, it's not the Mississippi. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to head down to this big airport down here. Might do a lap of it, and then Colonel Fork even. Colonel Firk. Sorry, Colonel. The Colonel is going to take us as the lead pilot and show us where we can start exploring this neck of the woods. Because he beeth from here. So we bring the speed right back down. Henry Gordon has just subscribed. Many thanks, Henry. Do hope you're having a pleasant evening. Happy Friday. Nolan says, going to bed. I was enjoying the stream. I'll see the rest tomorrow. Nolan, you take care. And many thanks for stopping by. KIMT Tower. This is Ghost Rider requesting a flyby. This looks like a very nice part of the world to live. Right behind a big airport on a lake, which then turns into a river. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm going to circle around to the north, and we'll let the Colonel come up front and center, and we follow you, dude. And we might even try some river landings. Ugly is here. Good evening to you, dude. Chasey says that's Rochester. That's where the Mayo Clinic is. One of the best health care systems in the United States. Nice. Okay. Pokemon Pete says, I finally got this installed, but it took 3 days, dude. Ian Fisher says, the weather, yeah, there's I'll double check my settings here again, but I'm getting like Kavak, clear skies, virtually no wind. But this is pretty. Yeah, live weather is pretty much giving me Kavak here, guys. We'll go with a few clouds, just to make it interesting. I see a bridge. So the question is, do we go over or under? Daz is going under. No, he's gone over. Zero Cool just went under. Nice, dude. Crinkly went above. Murph went under. Captain Frank says, what beautiful scenery. I know, right? Absolutely stunning. King Trap says, hey, you guys doing? You're going to try out the Amazon? Yeah, we might give it a shot. As it looks like we're going for a landing. Land on the bridge. There's always one. Neil McElwain is here. Get in the water, Murphy, he says. Good evening to you, Neil. Hope you're keeping well, pal. How did your install go, dude? Did you get it working? Viperside says, is there an Aer Lingus livery or a Ryanair livery in game? Not yet, but there will be very soon. Omega Phoenix is here, still in France. This is up in Michigan, over in the US. Henry asks, I wonder, can you fly to the Bermuda Triangle and Antarctica? Yeah, I think you can. Neil McElwain says, nearly there. Shouldn't take too long, dude. King Lafford says, I'm off to Dreamland. Hope the rest of the stream is successful. Many thanks, dude. Philip Breen says, first water landing was a success. Nice. Yeah, man. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Why don't we, I'm hallucinating. I'm definitely hallucinating. Hey. How's it going? Okay, let's give it a bash and get airborne again. What do you reckon? This is crazy. No fishermen. None at all. There won't be any left now anyway. And we're airborne. Flaps coming in. Rudder coming up. There's Daza. Crinkly. If you change the weather in a group, does it change for everyone else in the group? If it was a closed group, yes. Vesper 1 says, first time ever landing in water. Nice. JB asks, any idea why my caravan just randomly dipped and then the autopilot with nav on decided I wanted to see the floor? They can be a little bit, let us say, temperamental. Best thing to do is restart your flight and see if that fixes the problem. Where did the colonel go? Oh, there he is. Right turn, Murphy. Jeffrey asks, did flat stretch up quicker? Yeah. And the colonel is banking to the east. What's the rudder key? So down beneath your lights, you have a water rudder. What do we need to do to take off in the water? 1 notch of flaps. Make sure your rudder is turned on, as in your water rudder. It's located beneath your lights. Plenty of power and keep it straight. Look at the state of the graphics. They're amazing. Okay, the kernel's going the other way, so let's go and catch the kernel. With the tweet I sent you earlier, Murph, it's Storm Francis. Dylan asks, how much content is in the marketplace right now? There's a couple of airports, one plane from Coronado, and an AMD Ryzen 5 with 16 gig memory and a Radeon RX 5600 with a terabyte hard drive run Microsoft Flight Sim. I think so. Just double check the stats from the Azobo or Microsoft website. They'll give you a fairly good indication of what way it's working. So if you guys are just tuning in, be it on Twitch or YouTube, happy Friday. You're all very welcome to the stream. Our first flight earlier on, we took off out of Leonardo, which is up in a place called Turney, which is about 40 nautical miles north of Rome. We flew the Icon down to Rome for a bit of sightseeing. Then we did a water landing, which went okay. Then we did a night flight back into Rome. And ever since then, we're doing group flights. So if you guys are tuning in and you happen to have Microsoft Flight Simulator, feel free to join us. We took off originally from Mike India 9er2, which is over in Michigan. Whoa. JB says, have you seen any of the real storms on this? They look amazing. Yes, so if you ramble over to YouTube, do a search for Two Tone Murphy. I recorded us flying into Storm Ellen the other night, and it was nuts. Absolutely nuts. Musefan says, time for the Labber Murph. Great Friday night content. Beats watching Tupperty. Slán Atakara. Musefan, many thanks, my dude. You have a good night, and we'll catch you on the next one. Philip says, I can't take off. Just plenty of power. Make sure you only have 1 notch of flaps and check your trim. Mark Lauren Fahy says, Sláinte. I have the rudder on and full power. Just think positive, Philip. Just think positive. Laza has the right idea here. Look, he's just like skimming the riverbed. That's what we are all to be doing. Because it's very pretty down here. Don't put it in the water. Who's that? Hang on. Let's make this interesting. That was Paul. Don't stall it, Murph. No, not that one. Yeah, this'll do it. Fitting music. Mind the tree. Jeffrey Bennett says, I got a nice little gift today. AT&T 300 meg. Got a free bump to fiber optic 1000. Nice. kind of a waterfall thing. Eek! Can you barrel roll one of these? Kinda, almost, nearly, almost didn't make it. Don't mind the trees. Paul was thinking about it. What plane is Lovely Kid in then? Of the monkeys and the birds didn't get a fright, says Captain Frank. And Elisa says, Jesus, I'm sitting here watching this. Vesper One says, I died. Oh dear. Daniel says, I've watched so many streams of this game, but I'm always amazed by the graphics. I know, it's just, it's savage. Like feet off the water, and then we hit the water. Find a stall there, Murph. Touch and goes in the water. Now you said it. The shameless wing wave to the Colonel. Man, I felt like a fighter race just now. Lazy Pita says, is this a seaplane? I don't remember seeing one. Or is there a seaplane? It's more like a amphibious kind of a thing. Oh, we got an airport. 50D. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a full stop at 50D. And I'm going to change my aircraft. If that's okay with you. Base cam for dramatic effect. Because as much as I like the icon, I want to get down and do some crazy bush landings.
Hey, good morning.
As Maj Kalino is now following. Many thanks, my dude. What's the runway like here? Alright. And the air coming down. Did anyone announce the runway? No? Okay, we'll take it down for a gentle touchdown. Cool. Andy Shaw says, have you tried to cache areas of the map offline manually? Are they huge? Depending on the area, anywhere between kind of 5 and 500 gigs, depending on what you're trying to do. Colonel Force says, don't mind my belly landing. I know, right? Daniel says, see, the BBC News did a piece on this on launch day. Nice. Okay, I'm going to park up here. And the airport, just so we all know, if you guys want to hop on in, 50D for Delta. Let's see, can we remember that name?
Hey, good morning.
50D for Delta, as Wayne is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Cool. And back to our main menu. Don't forget, guys, if you're new to the channel, we have a Discord if you want to chat further offline. Any technical support that us guys can help you with, or you might be able to help with us even. Do be sure to have a look. Now, what did I say it was? 50 Delta. Yeah, there's all the guys. Do we have parking? Yes, we have. Okay, change of aircraft. I like the Cub because you can get it into some really difficult places. And, well, they'll just be ridiculous, so. I'm gonna go for the Cub. Come hither, you slither. So we're going to weight and balance, fill our fuel tanks, ATC options. You can change your own unique tail number. You can type that to pretty much anything you want. Mark is mad to hear some other music, but that'd be copyright, my dude. Yeah, that's okay. So can we just go to flight conditions live? Bye. Let's see what happens here. So guys, I hope you're getting on well with Microsoft Flight Simulator. If you're new to flight simulators in general, I have a number of tutorials up on the YouTube site if you want to have a look. I have like an initial setup. It goes on for about 2 hours, but I've time-stamped all the different sections. It's just kind of basic pointers. I've also got into some of the options, the navigation options, and then a small tutorial on the autopilot. So be sure to check them out. And yeah, let me know in the description of either this video or any other video if there's more content you would like to see. And I'm just waiting for the Aer Lingus livery to come out. And then there'll be all sorts of big airplane flying. If that makes any sense, which it probably doesn't. We're back in the ground here. Look at the fire truck go! And he means it when he says it. Poor old Starker just got ran over. Burnsy says you can change aircraft in dev mode under... you see, that would have been much handier. It looks like the... What did we call them earlier? What were the birds? Now they're back. Who and whatever they are. See, PDX Films has just subscribed. Many thanks, dude. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. The Yellow Canaries, says Omega Phoenix. That's the one. Your man goes nuts into the skies. Yeah, Burnsy, that was a real good help. If we have dev mode on, we can just change our aircraft up here. Let's try it, shall we? No pressure now, Burnsy.
Hey, good morning.
Apply and save. Stalker PT is now following. Many thanks, my dude. I hope you're enjoying your flights with us. Tools, no, oh, aircraft editor, camera options, sim objects, no. Project editor? No. Developer camera. Stable crashes. Airports. Aircraft selector. Aha, look at that. So is it a matter of just... There's the set. Oh yeah, they're all there. So how does one make the screen a bit easier to... Aha. I see, said the blind man. For he couldn't really see. So how quickly does it load it? Ah, oh, gotcha. Okay. That was handy. Flight Sim Check is here. What's your specs? An i9 9900K with an RTX 2080 Ti and 64 gigs of RAM. Gold Dragon says, is there any way to view the FPS in-game without using the dev mode or the Xbox overlay? You would need a program called Fraps. F-R-A-P-S. Fraps. That's good about the dev mode, my dude. I didn't know about that. We'll turn it off, though. That's the wrong button. General. Developer mode. Off. Apply and save. Back. Resume. Okay. So, we're back in our trusty little cup here. Choke all the way out. Flaps are up. No park and brake on this machine, so we push down on our pedals, get some lights on, battery on, and igniters are now on. So go for start. There's life. Go ahead and get our avionics on. And transponder can go on here as well. Choke lever can go in. And we're pretty much good to go. Awesome. What's going to happen now? Okay. One notch of flap. Bad Dog is here. He asks, where are we? In an airport up in Michigan called 50 Delta. 50D. You guys are more than welcome to join us. I'm going to go for this grass strip here on the left. It looks safe. Kinda. Takeoff flaps are set. Okay, this looks good to me. Go Dragon says loading up the game now. Don't fly far away. Don't worry, dude. We'll hang here for you. Do you know what we have to do, chat and guys? We gotta add in some crazy weather. Who's with me? I instantly regret my decision. I can't see nothing. This isn't dangerous at all. Wait, have I got lights on? Okay, what's a little bit worrying is there's water getting through my glare shield. Oh, look at the state of that. Can we try and get out? Look at that for a view. They're still there anyway. Goat Dragon wants to know what heading. We're heading north, about 030, give or take. I don't think we don't. Yeah, no, we don't want to head in there. To the right. So if here's 50D, we're now heading northeast. Make sure that you have the traffic labels turned on, Go Dragon. So if you go into your options, go to General, go down to Traffic and turn on labels. I have to say, this is very much a jaw-dropping moment. This looks absolutely stunning. What time are we on? We are on, I think, live time. Go Dragon, we can see it. Colonel Fork says, it does matter if you're on the Northern Europe server. I had to switch. Right. Daniel M says, 41 viewers over here on Twitch, Murph. Nice. Hello to all the peoples on Twitch. Hope you guys are having a very pleasant day or evening. And many thanks for stopping by the channel tonight. OAP Travel Vlog wants to know how we're not getting thrown around with a storm. We kind of have, but we're staying out of it for the moment. So this is kind of the eye of the storm. Now, if you go into any of these clouds here, that's when business is really going to start picking up. That looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Jeffrey David says, workday has come to an end here. Time to head home. I'll catch the rest of your flight later. Thanks very much, Jeffrey. You have a pleasant evening. Many thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next one. I have to say to all the guys here flying with us, that's some mighty fine flying. This is great fun. Jeffrey says, we're starting to get some of those clouds in real time here, Murph. Cool. It was that. You're upside down, dude. The negative G pushover. Nicely done. Okay, head for landing. have to say, this part of the world is absolutely gorgeous. And throw in some mad weather like that, really adds to it. Hey, how's it going? Oh, it's a lot bumpier down here. Trying to find a field in this weather. Nice winds is right, we're getting blown all over the shop. Kale Model Doc wants to know, can we fly Concorde in the sim yet? Not just yet, it's currently being developed though. I would expect to see it in a couple of weeks. As we go in for our landing now. As Paul jumps ahead of us. They're all coming in here. Coming in hot. Dude, look at the winds here, man. Drop a bit of flaps to help us get down on the ground. Oosh. Oosh, 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 oosh. And we're down. Just have a look at some of our settings here. Don't crash, Merv. Ay. We'll try so much way to get off the runway without, you know, crashing like. Like the smallest bit of input and the whole thing just wants to pitch. crazy, absolutely crazy. Okay, choke out, avionics off, igniters off, and our battery off. Well, holy moly. Guys, that was absolutely great fun. It was nuts. With the crazy weather included. My thanks to everyone who joined in here on the multiplayer. That was some phenomenal flying, guys. Really appreciate your company here tonight. For everyone watching on Twitch and on YouTube, to all the subscribers, likes, follows, donations, thank you all very much. I am truly humbled and very, very grateful. Don't forget, guys, I stream every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, and this being the weekend, I might get a chance to stream something tomorrow. So I have to say, that was loads of fun. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and jump over to Castrator now, because it'll be kind of more of the same. A big shout out again to Colonel Fork85, who just got his Twitch affiliate this evening. You guys should definitely check out the Colonel. He's from this neck of the woods, well, roughly, for some more exploration flights. So yeah, that's it. Go home, go to bed, have an early night, or stay up a little bit longer and do some more flight simming. Guys, thanks so much, and I'll see you on the next one.